Texas Open Meetings Act. Texas Government Code Chapter 5.1. It's 5 p.m. on March 31st, 2025. So welcome to our live. We're glad to have you. We don't have any speakers, anyone that wants to address the board this afternoon. So we'll go right to our reports for the superintendent. And our first one begins with the finance reports.
Good evening, President Holder, Dr. Hollingsworth, the board. Tonight we have several items from the world of finance, and we'll start off with a recap of our 2025-2026 budget process, where we're at in this process. You've seen some of this information before, so I'll go through it relatively quick. If you have any questions, feel free to interject. So revenue assumptions for next year is going to provide us a projected enrollment increase of 452 students. We expect that to be about an ADA, an average daily attendance net increase next year of 250 ADA, which will generate about $2.5 million. At this point, there has not been a legislative increase to the basic allotment, but there are some bills in play. We'll talk about that in a moment. And then, again, our basic allotment does remain at the $6,160 amount, which goes all the way back to 2009. And as we continue to watch property values, under the current state funding formula right now, when it comes to property values, if there is an increase in property values, that just means our state revenue goes down while our local property taxes go up. So we see that inverse relationship. So in essence, that brings us back to the same number. On the expenditure side, we are estimating, we have some placeholders in the current budget model, and of course, we'll be progressing from this model as we continue through the budget process. The initial budget model that we've been working with had a placeholder for Eagle Mountain High School staffing growth as we add an additional grade level at that campus. We have $1 million there. We have special program staffing as we've seen those student numbers increase in the last year. That's an additional $1 million. There's also, as we've seen our students in different programs and with different special populations and at-risk levels and bilingual special allocations, those have increased, and so there will be some required spending that comes with those allocations as they increase some direct expenditures there. We've added that in at $1 million. We're anticipating the employer medical insurance contribution to increase in order to meet the affordability requirements. That's a $1.7 million line item, along with we continue to see property casualty insurance increase over the last several years. Right now, we're anticipating to have a placeholder in there by today. Transportation increases is not necessarily adding routes, but we do have additional needs in regards to serving students with different populations, whether it's our Jinko, homeless students, or serving our bilingual and OES students with additional, as those numbers have increased, we'll need to increase that budget there as well. And then we also continue to build into this model. The last 2 years, we've saved approximately $7 million each year, and so that's $14 million that we've already reduced our budget and operating expenses over the last 2 years going into this model. With that, if we net those assumptions together, we are looking right now at a $2 million deficit in this model, which does not include compensation at this point. That would take our projected fund balance from $70 million, which is what we're projecting to be at the end of this year, or $150 3 days. By the end of next year's budget, we would be, that $10 million deficit would move us down to $60 million, and that'd be about 88 days. Other factors, we have to see what's happening with a legislative session in play right now. Some of the significant bills that are out there. House Bill 2 has now been replaced by a committee substitute in the House. That $200 increase is now moved to a projected $405 increase, which is a significant difference. It's based also on an index of the 96th percentile of the state wealth level. So that's a number that would continue to increase in future years. It also, the substitute still includes a 40% compensation requirement, which would equate to about 2.5 to 3% level. Doesn't look at that, but it's about 2.5%. House Bill 3 is sitting out there with the education savings account and vouchers at $11,500 estimate. There's a committee substitute for Senate Bill 2 with some additional guidelines, but it looks like it's still running about $10,000 per student on that voucher. We'll continue to watch what happens in Senate Bill 4, where they're looking at increasing homestead exemption. Teacher retention allotment is still out there, which is an option to provide some additional funding for our teacher raises. And then Senate Bill 260, Fiscal safety allotment, where they would increase that per student amount from $10 to $28 per student. It also would increase the per campus allocation. Move our safety allotment from about $600,000 to about $1.4 million, so it's about $800,000 for that projection. Other factors, they're still to be determined, and anything that happens with the basic allotment, as we talked about before, will add funding to our special allocations, which then would require expenditure increases. But it also, there's an opportunity that it would build in an increase to our compensation plan. The other thing that it does is it compresses the local commissioner tax rate, which is would be on the copper pennies that the district has, and that would help the district by reducing our recapture payment. That could be anywhere from $250,000 to $500,000 additional savings to take over. So things that impact us, they implement vouchers or the education savings account. Right now, it looks like the models would be for not the coming year, but the following year. And so that's something that we, again, have to keep our eyes on, but it looks like it would be something that would take some time to implement. So it may not get us to 25, 26, but definitely would impact our long-term populations. And then one of the things we're seeing is funding. The bills and a lot of the intentions of our legislature are to send us money that help us do it. So it would be either in allocations, like I mentioned, the safety allotment, or a separate allotment for compensation, or we've seen the special programs evaluation assistance directing money towards special programs. I will say that the committee substitute for House Bill 2 did include some allocation for our special programs, pop ed, bilingual, early ed, as well as fine arts would have an allocation. So either a new increase or some level of adjustment. So one of the things that as we're looking through the process, we do have a group of stakeholders that include our teachers in general education, as well as our specialty programs, athletic coaches, fine arts directors, campus support staff, campus and district administrators, as well as our district operational personnel and parents as well, come together to create the financial integrity and transparency team, as we've been referred to as the committee. They don't have a charge to be educated, educate others, and provide important input into the district budget priorities and opportunities for reduction and or new revenue. On February 20th as well as March 5th, and then some additional input in between meetings. They work very hard to prioritize those ideas and provide suggestions from as many sources as possible. A list of all the contributors to the team. It was a broad selection. We had 82 board members. There were 24 content leaders at each meeting. So we had over 100 people at both of these meetings, all actively working to provide suggestions and input into our process, bring forward some solutions. The meeting one is a reminder to those that were there, and then just a little recap. We educated the group on the current state of Texas school finance and the budget outlook that y'all have just seen here. The teamwork is table stakes to generate those informed suggestions and come up with whether it's for reducing costs or increasing revenues. And then they identified our support for individual suggestions out of that process. So they provided their individual prioritization in that process.
One of the things I think is really important to point out is we had a lot of anecdotal feedback, feedback from folks talking about how it just did not finalize the United States we live in the whole finance situation today in New York State, but a lot of our folks, and I'm talking about stakeholders, and they don't realize that every time we correct to our local, the state reduces their aid to us at a commensurate rate. And so, people are paying a lot of taxes. New York, we pay a lot of local taxes because of increased property values. But every time we post more revenues locally, they reduce their share to us. And it brings us up at $61.40 per kid mark. And that was very eye-opening to a lot of folks. And I think they've heard it, but just really being able to comprehend it.
And then they took that story and explaining their new understanding, and then took that story out in between the two meetings. And for a homework assignment, talk to others, share that story, bring back what the feedback is you get from 10 people. And so you take those 82 individuals that we're serving, and then they go out and talk to 10 people, or in some cases where we had our campus leaders, they hosted information sessions on their campuses and reached out to their faculty staff, which so then that's more influential people that had an opportunity to have input on the process. What do they see? What opportunities are out there? And so then all that information was submitted back. And then we came back to meeting two, where one, we presented the top 11 results from that meeting one gallery walk. Why there were 11, not 10. Number 10 was a tie. And so we got to talk about 11. And then we had an opportunity then to discuss and share out all the additional feedback that they received from their homework assignment. And then they got to look at the projected cost analysis of those top 11 results. So when they walked away from that meeting one with giving us input, we ranked those. We were able to rank and go out with specific numbers to those 11 ideas that they came up with as much as we could. And then we gave them that information so they could now analyze that and think, okay, what's my cost benefit analysis of that suggestion? Am I willing to, is that something that I'm willing to support, what benefit that it would provide in the budget process? So we got this table backs to now impact and the potential impact. And then again, they were able to, using their phones, they were able to individually rank those items to generate a top 5 list of considerations to count that meeting. And those items came back as number 1, increased attendance. 2, consider efficiencies in the secondary master schedule. 3, reduce balance number of classes with low enrollment. 4, eliminate early release school days. 5, adjust the balance of campus FTE staffing to match the plan. We put some numbers to that, and again, best we could in the projections. It will increase our attendance by 1%. That's equivalent to $2 million of revenue. And so right now we're sitting about 93.5. If we get up to 94.5 or 95, you can see where those working with the students that we have right now, it's significant in our classroom. We can provide more instruction, more time on task, more opportunity for learning, but it also affects our bottom line and our ability to do more work. Consider efficiencies in the secondary master schedule. That's a range. It's estimating anywhere from $2 million to $5 million, and all that might be cost avoidance and help us to adjust and balance our staffing and our ratios at our secondary campuses. But it also will help us staff even at high school as well as we again grow at that level or at that campus with additional credit levels. Reducing or balancing the number of classes with low enrollment, we estimate that to be about $500,000 savings, as well as then eliminating our early release school days. That would actually impact our attendance by approximately $400,000 across the year because those days have been enrolled days for participation. And then adjust or balance the campus FTE staffing for enrollment. That's a projection rate. Rather than do that at the elementary level, we'll have to do, look back to secondary level. That number actually claims for the number above that 2 million to 5 million. Hard to break that down. So, in all, we generate $1.9 million to $8 million towards system to offset that $2 million deficit. Yes.
On the expenditure, employee medical insurance contribution, is that really a requirement? I thought is that really a state requirement?
It's actually to the federal Affordable Care Act requirement. And so as we look at the cost of our medical insurance as it goes up, we participate in the Bureau of Tax. So if their rates have gone up, our compensation is not at that compassionate level because of the limits with no change to the basic law in 2019. So we're seeing that increase. We're not able to keep up with that, forces us to look at adjusting, making it more affordable by increasing our employee. Yeah, it's actually over coming on the ACA.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're still on. Welch.
So one of the items that we discussed, we talked about a little bit with our kids, and then we also talked about as part of our budget workshop, would be taking the one-time opportunity to make a September 1 fiscal year start, which is what we're currently right now, when September 1 to August 31st is our fiscal year. That obviously starts after our school year starts, so there's a little mismatch already in that process. But if we made is our current projection, and which is equivalent to about 723 days. And so, and of course, now that's prior to anything that comes out of our actual budget process. If we still end up with a deficit budget, we would, that budget deficit would come off of that number. But the reality is that's what would happen separate of whatever our recurring budget ends up being. We get that one-time bump of that 12%. We have the opportunity to assign that to use as a specific use. I would recommend that we look at opportunities that would be something that we can control in the future because that money would run out at some point. Or we could just put it into our fund balance and it becomes basically like a rainy day to deal with all the unknowns I talked about before. What happens with the impact of vouchers, or if the state doesn't come through, what happens in future years. So you have that opportunity as well as we're dealing with some uncertainty. But at the same time, one of the things that we propose to look at will the potential use of those funds for the sector. How do we get to the 12 to 16 million? The largest piece of that is right now we approve payroll that happens, and so let's say our teachers, most of our teachers that work in August. Now they don't get their first paycheck until September, so all of those days in August get paid in the next year, but they happen in August of the current fiscal year, so that payroll charge has to come back into the prior year. Well, if we move the fiscal year to July 1, and it is in the right year, and it moves forward, and we get that a significant portion of that savings, that 16 million, is tied to just the payroll accrual alone. Then we actually get to actually shift those expenditures that are happening in July and August that are direct expenditures that will go out during that time, which would be payroll, $6 million for the payroll that happens during that time. Utilities, the property casualty insurance, we can prorate that, as well as the leases and software. We have summer maintenance projects where we need to be in the middle of right then that would be paid out during that July and August time period, as well as even our CAD property appraisal costs. In all, we have expenditures there, but then we also have revenues that we get credit for right now in that time period that we have to offset whatever the expenditure savings are with the revenue adjustments, and that's where we have just like we have the payroll approval that comes from September and over. We also earn some state aid during the days of construction that we have in August. That right now is roughly about $9 million, so we'd have to come off and have our savings by that $9 million. And there's a few other items in there too that we've done a deep dive to identify what all our opportunities are there. So we would have to shift some earnings into that next fiscal year, as well as the indirect costs for some of our grants would have to shift into the next year. That calculates out with the items identified here at $15.5 million in the net savings that we're doing that could go into fund balance. Every year is different. Every year has a range of things. So right now we're just using a projection of 12 to 16 million of what that working number may be. Or again, this is going to be at the end of the 2025-2026 year. We will actually shorten that year, and as of July 1, 2026, 25-26 year will be a 10-month year, and we can start a new 5-month year for 2026-2027 on July 1, 2026. And after the new fiscal year moving forward. So here's an idea of how we could utilize here we have the savings of the 2 months of expenditures. If you look at that first column, or first group, number 3, we have, assuming that our revenues and expenditures are the same, that's the, if you look at that, that's what we're looking at here, that we have a zero balanced budget. And we would then have 12 months and savings, and that goes in the fund balance. That would be at the end of the during that year, one of the things we talked about was being able to earmark these funds for the increase to staffing to allow us to reduce the elementary staff ratio. It is back to 22:1. So roughly about $3 million a year is what that would take. A little less in year one, but as we grow, it would take a few more staff members each year. And so 33 staff members in 25-26, we estimate that to be about 38. And next year, 43 and 48. So looking at about 4 years out, that's roughly about 12 to 13, a little over 13 million. And we basically take that block of money, put it in the fund balance, and then we go back and get $3 million at a time to supplement our budget and to have more resources over our actual revenue generated. We go forward in fund balance each year to accommodate our lower tax ratio. And we can do that right now. It looks like, all things whole, that'd be 4 years. And then we have the option at the end of that, if we are unable to make that sustainable in that 4-year time frame, when the funds run out, we still have the option to make adjustments for attrition. We have to put those ratios back up a little bit higher at that time, but at this time, it would give us the ability to at least look out there 4 years, which is a very long time to school finance right now. Right now, every day can be something different than the legislature's meeting. And so, but based on what we know, that gives us a 4-year target.
Well, this is the only reason I would consider this, because we have a purpose to make the class sizes smaller, which we've all been concerned about in particular, to get the elementary class and the secondary class ratios lower. I've been against this because it's just kind of funny money. But with the purpose of lowering class sizes, then okay. So let me ask you about the mechanics of it. We're going to be hiring these teachers for the 25-26 year. We don't have that earmarked yet in the budget. So are we spending it out of current fund balance until we can get to the end of that fiscal year, realize that savings, and then earmark it for those funds? Is there any action we have to take?
It won't be an action that you would have to take outside of adopting the budget from a standpoint of
Going to be a deficit budget for sure. Correct. We would understand that $3 million of the deficit is going to be recaptured at the end of that year. And that's you're right, it's going to be a little.
Involved in the future or not. So I will say that whenever it's current concepts started at state early, treasuries had earmarked at $2.6 million for year one. And that's exactly where that came from. Part of our conversation there was certainly about how we can improve our budget situation relative to a deficit. But a big part, as you know, a big part of our conversations in terms of beginning to prepare a budget have been about improving class size. So let's look at, well, this is really specifically that now we can address that particular issue. So,
we know that this is a priority, and this would be one way to make that happen. And it basically allows us to move forward because now is the staffing time. It basically neutralizes that decision, takes it out of the equation. Now we would then be able to continue to work on the $2 million deficit in the savings there. There are things that can come later, but when it comes to deciding, right now is the ideal time to go out and capture that down.
To come out that now be at 12.6 million under this plan.
That'd be correct.
And so, the way I look at it, we're trying to build a balance to lower class size. You look at it over the 5 years, it didn't really matter if the money came in the short fiscal year or the long fiscal year. We're basically going to make a conscious decision to spend fund balance, lower class size.
Yeah, that is correct. Now, some things like we talked about, if the legislature comes through, House Bill or the committee substitute for House Bill 2, that would generate about $4.5 million in, that would move our deficit to about $4.5 million from the UK. So about 5.5 on the very surface. I think it actually will generate more if it passes. So if that helps to understand that we may be able to make a more significant knockdown on that 10 million. So for really reaching 12.6, I think if the legislature will do anything, that's moving up near the 12.6.
And we won't know about ESSA, so that could offset general attendance.
That is still a factor that's sitting out
It's a
there.
factor we're not going to know. Right?
Well, can you, I'm sorry, well, yes, no. So, that follows ballot positions in the savings from 2 years ago.
Yes.
So, I don't know about that. So, I just want to make sure, we don't have people counting that, right? Because I saw $7 million savings was going to roll forward. We're not going to take those positions. That is like that has been one item that already in there.
So we already applied as FTEs, but when we close them, we remove the funding for those.
Okay.
And so that would be an add of the 2.6 million to our existing operating budget.
All right.
That,
Walk us through those next two trades because I know there's one area that is new that has the same relative to rationale. I think it's a one-time discussion.
absolutely. So there are advantages, as we've already talked about, provides a one-time increase in fund balance. And one of the significant changes to the way we operate is it does give our campuses and departments access to their budgets prior to the start of school. So in other districts that have implemented it, there's been a significant change in the relief to campuses having to earmark the whole money back to be able to start school. Now they would actually have access to those funds to be able to have everything.
But I'm looking at it now. I mean, obviously, we're going to start school and they have money to do what they need to do. So,
Yes.
how's that? Okay.
So right now, they're having to, they limit sometimes what they can buy ahead of September 1 and not knowing how much they're going to really have until the board has adopted, typically they adopt the budget after school has started. So now they will know their amount.
But that's not what we're going to know. Make it clear to that, or what are you looking at there?
Exactly. You've got your budget money for this year, but you really don't have that budget money for this year because you have to use 40% of that budget money to start next week. Yeah.
Okay.
So you just make it work, which is a screwed up deal. This would be a much better way. But you couldn't spend it. So this would be much better. It'd keep everything, all the confusion out of it.
Will no teachers have to wait till September to get paid or do a 13th check, or will they be able to will it just be normal?
So teacher contracts still have to run technically September 1 through August 31. It doesn't change that. That's a factor It was also aligns the fiscal year with the beginning of the federal grant fiscal year, which just again, that streamlines the process.
What helps is that the grant period has been in alignment with our fiscal year.
Yes.
There are some disadvantages.
They used to be even more challenging prior to prior to 2019, but they're not as significant as they used to be. One is the budget adoption would occur prior to receiving certified property values. The other is that the district may not know the end of the tax rate before the start of the fiscal year due to tax rate compression calculations from House Bill 3 that happens at the end of July. So we wouldn't necessarily know what the tax rate is, but we still have a pretty good feel for our revenues and still comes back to revenue procedure. So it's really about the distribution of the state funding between the state and our local.
Well, we approve the budget and then we adopt the tax rate. So how's that going to do? Now we'll be adopting the budget in
Which is
June, May, June, and then we'll set the tax rate, which we'll have to do by law by,
September 1.
so September 1 has nothing to do with your fiscal year.
Correct. So we'll still do the tax rate in August. So in reality, we don't control the tax rate as it is. That calculation that's all developed by the TDA funding formula or tax rate formula to determine that maximum interest rate based on where a district sits in comparison with the growth of property values in the state.
When did they come out with that number?
I come out with the calculation usually in June, but we don't get the data that's actually used until we get certified property values in July, and in July 20th.
I'm maintaining that number just a little bit and making our best.
We try to make, estimate where our property values need to sit to see, we'll make different comparisons of where we can set that calculation. Then as we get indications, obviously we get a June estimate, and we'll again use that to project where we are in July, but the reality is it will come down to whatever is in the July certification.
And if they've done the every other year certification, then it will just be new construction and stuff that'll be affected.
Yes, there'll be new construction as well as where the cap values are that are unrealized at this point.
And then, where we're at right now, legislative years. They will not know the full knowledge of changes to state aid or expenditure mandates prior to the adoption of the budget. If it's anything significant, going back to 2019, we have halfway through the year before they laid out all the guidelines of how all the new funding mechanisms work. So we can run into that scenario where we have to, but obviously in that scenario, it didn't matter if we were adopting in August or June. It took a little while for them to figure out what that really operational meant to the district. So I think our advantages far outweigh our disadvantages in the process. And where are we looking right now? Why is it this year that we want to make this change? Because one of those things that we held on to this option for a very long time. And I think that this, looking at the landscape, looking at where we're at, looking at our needs and our priorities, I would tend to say this is the right time. And it's going to accomplish the priority to decrease the staffing ratios from 2 to 1. At the same time, we have to remember we're also looking at implementing a new curriculum. And those two things together, I think those things need to go together. So let's make sure we have a way to make that transition for the next 3 to 4 years. So the board made a decision in December to adopt the budget now. And you're going to hear just in a few minutes recommendation related to ELA. for K through 5. It's a significant shift, and you'll be more about that, but that's another probably the biggest reason to make this decision right now, to bring those class sizes down to a more manageable level on all of our elementary campuses as they take on really workflow change, but one that will be challenging, for sure.
And then right now here in March, and that is, it's the hiring season, and this is our best opportunity. There are school districts around that I think that the flow is not going to be better than it is right now to go out and increase by 33 FTEs. I think we need to take advantage of that in this year. And then, again, just allowing for, we don't know what's going to happen with us legislatively at this point, and it makes sense to have that position in place. Next steps tonight, we have an additional item on the agenda. We have we'll have a recommendation and an action to approve a resolution, as well as there's a TPA form that's part of that process that TPA needs submitted to them by June 30th, 2025. That includes we have to provide minutes from the meeting. So again, doing it tonight, I wouldn't be able to submit it until after April meeting, so the approved minutes, but as soon as we get TPA, we do it. And for next year, for 2025, 2026, we still have a 12-month budget in August, like we normally do, for both revenues and expenditures. It looks the same, but then we will roll over in early, and we will have our fiscal year on June 30th, 2026, complete, perform our audit at that time. Again, move to 10-month transition year versus a full 12 months. Then at that time, we would be able to assign what we anticipate to be that additional balance, whether that's 12 million or up to the 16 or whatever that number ends up being at that time. We would do that before the end of the fiscal year, so you have to do that in June of 2026 before we close the fiscal year. And then also in June, we would be adopting our 2026-2027 budget that will be effective July 1 to June 30th.
You make that sound pretty simple, just bring the auditor. Have you done a conversion before in your experience?
I have not done the actual fiscal year change, but a lot of districts have, and I've worked with various CFOs and talked through with them about that process.
I think your office would have to have some sort of different process for this year, just to get the books ready for the auditor.
Yes. We would be moving up some of our processes to be able to close things out. And it's also, we also have to do dual reporting at that time, because EPA still wants 12 months of expenditures and revenues for both years. So for TPA's purposes, for them to be competitive, we'd actually, for them to have comparative years, they'd actually be receiving those revenues and expenditures in July and August. They'll actually get reported in both years for their purposes. But for our audit and financials, it would be every 2 months.
Any other questions? Thank you, Rob. I appreciate your service. I'm excited. I'm like Steve. I'm not wild about but I'm excited about the potential for ratios and holding. It's the thing we need to do. I personally think so.
I think
Absolutely.
for an educator, being able to have your money to spend right away. You know, about the number of kids, the number of teachers and coaches and directors and all that, have their budget to spend and just,
Right.
that part makes sense very
Absolutely.
functionally, logistically speaking. So I like that for our.
If we pass this, I'm going to miss Dr. Waters, being up there. Thank you, Rob. Anything else? because I have our, Mrs. Tucker and a staff of teachers and content leaders, and I'd like to see if we can get their presentation done prior so that they don't have to wait and come back. So is that okay with everyone? We would have agenda item.
We gotta get you the change to make the presentations. Okay.
That's what I'm asking.
Dr. Knott, we can try to get through it now.
Mr. McLaughlin, we're gonna try it. We're gonna go late. Okay, so all right, Mr. McLaughlin? Okay, great. Okay, all right.
Good evening, Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, members of the board. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. You got a little sneak peek as to what we're going to talk about now, a new reading instructional materials curriculum. And I have quite a bit of information on the slide. I'm not going to read it all to you, but I do want to let you know, I'm going to kind of give you a brief update on where we are on the Bluebonnet mathematics curriculum transition. And we're going to talk about this proposed change. Like every teacher, I need to give you some background knowledge here, and there's some terms that I'm going to use. Instructional materials, we often refer to it as that's the curriculum or those are the resources. Instructional materials just mean things that teachers use to teach and students use to learn. So we keep that in mind. And then we have a special list of instructional materials, and those are our high-quality instructional materials. This list has been put together by the State Board of Education. They started this list this spring, and there's a bunch of checkboxes that have to be checked, but the most important ones are these resources need to be engaging, they need to be grade level appropriate on reading levels, they need to be 100% aligned to the TEKS. So that's important. It needs to meet the diverse needs of our students, and this we love is effectively support the teachers in delivering that instruction. And so the SBOE has started developing this list, and we're going to talk a little bit about it, but there's a little bit of extra funding available if you choose resources that are on this list. And then the last thing I'm going to mention is the RBs. This is research-based instructional strategies. And so these are those great instructional strategies we see in the classrooms, but they are grounded in research and they're effective in enhancing student learning and engagement. We've really been putting those RBs in our professional learning this year with teachers, with our instructional coaches, even with our principals. They've received some training and will continue doing that. There are math RBs and reading language arts RBs. And all of the high-quality instructional materials that are being approved are based around these RBs. So currently, I'll give you a brief review of where we are currently. Our elementary mathematics starts with a program called Investigations we've had for years and years, and then we've been adding district-created resources on top of that. If you look at all these things, the elementary reading language arts app, they have Fountas and Pinnell classroom components, Peggery, which is the phonics piece, Storyworks, Learning Without Tears, additional district-created materials, and then the organization of all of that. So this is the one I'm going to spend the most time on. You've heard me say, and you're going to hear me say it again tonight, it's a problem with the ease of navigation through all of the many resources we have. And so when you see this, our teachers are going from folder to folder and they're finding us. There's so many choices. There's such a thing as decision fatigue at the end of the day when the teachers are having to figure out the best thing to use. And then you may or may not realize this, our Spanish language arts uses a completely different curriculum, I hope you know, which means at our 3 bilingual campuses, and we've got some friends from those campuses here today, our Spanish language teachers and our English language teachers don't plan together because they are using completely different curriculums. Then when we jump to middle school, we're using something from Carnegie and then an additional amount of district-created resources and assessments and organizational tools. And then for middle school PLAR, we started this year with an instructional resource called Study Sync, and it's by McGraw-Hill, and it's going well so far. That gives you a little bit of an idea of where we are. And then just a brief reminder of where we were a couple of months ago when I first got to address you about this. We did propose the transition to Bluebonnet mathematics. We did propose, I was the one who said it, we're going to stick with what we have, but I've got these commitments for you on how we're going to make it easier for teachers. And we 100% meant that at the time. And
thank you. You did approve that resource transition plan that evening. So the update on that is going great. I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Our pilots are going well. Denise is going to start the Bluebonnet Road Show, where she goes out to our elementary campuses and gets the opportunity for all the teachers to see it, feel it, taste it, touch it, all that kind of stuff, get comfortable with it. And we are really, really excited about our soft launch for all of K-8 classrooms after STAR this year. Here's where things started to change. So I spoke to you in December, and then in January, when Dr. Hollingsworth started doing his road shows, I like to call them, and I know that you're aware when he wrapped up his last one, that's a huge project to go to all of our campuses and buildings. One of the things I appreciate the most about him, he asks for feedback. Whether it's in person, he picks up the phone and calls you. At these events, he was asking for feedback, and it doesn't stop there. There's action after that. So what we started hearing from the feedback that he was receiving from our elementary campuses was, it's just hard to wade through all of the resources that we have available, and again, that decision fatigue comes in. So we heard that. And then if you remember in December, the reasons I gave you for not changing, we had a couple of options. We have Bluebonnet RLA as an option, but there's some concerning content. It's still there, and there was a very tight split vote with the SPOE whether or not it would be on the list of approved instructional material or not. You may remember that I mentioned Amplify Texas, and we said it was a quality material, instructional material, but at the time, the quote we had was $2 million a year, and that just wasn't feasible. So we've got this feedback from campuses. We attend regular instructional leadership meetings at the service center, and we kept hearing time and time again from districts that have been using Amplify, and we're seeing success at happy teachers, happy kids, and seeing success. So we had the opportunity to take a trek across North Texas to our new friends in Waxahachie ISD and got to see Amplify in action at 2 of our schools. And I have a whole crew of friends right here, and I'm not going to introduce everyone, but if you attended the trip over to Waxahachie, would you just stand up so we can thank you for that? 3 of them, if they'll come up and talk about this opportunity. We went 2 different times. I went with our principals and teachers and a couple of members of the teaching and learning team. And then a week later, Angela Kennedy went and had 5 of our instructional coaches go. So we're going to hear from Ms. Dana Schweitzer from Eagle Mountain Elementary. We're going to hear from Ms. Stacy Witt from Willow Creek Elementary. And we are going to hear from teacher Lindsay Davis, also from Willow Creek Elementary. Good evening. We want to thank you first for allowing us to come and share our experience with you this evening. One of the most important things I noticed as I visited the classroom was student engagement in each classroom. The curriculum utilizes high-interest reading materials that make reading interesting and fun and incorporate science and social studies content. Teachers and students were excited about the learning. Amplify Texas also provides differentiated instruction, providing scaffolding for our struggling readers, but also enrichment for our advanced readers, our advanced academics, while incorporating all the components of science and reading. In our discussions with teachers and administration, the need for internalization will be key in the planning and implementation of Amplify Texas. As administrators, we will need to take a priority in supporting our teachers in the implementation and that internalization to make it possible and make it successful. Okay, again, we just want to say on behalf of Willow Creek, just thank you for allowing us to visit Waxahachie and to collaborate with them. One of the greatest strengths for Amplify Texas that I was able to see was really the ability to provide that consistency in Tier 1 content delivery across each classroom. So as the instructional leader of the campus, I'm able to move from room to room and see that consistent content delivery, the consistent pacing, and therefore I'm able to kind of ensure that all the teachers are on the same page, and I'm able to provide that coaching support as needed. The second thing, which was mentioned briefly, is a fully developed bilingual program, and it ensures that the bilingual students receive that same high-quality instruction that the monolingual students have. It also aligns with the science of reading, so it encompasses phonics and vocabulary, fluency, and comprehension, all important program components with respect to the structure of the Spanish language. Also, bilingual and monolingual students are progressing along that same instructional framework, and currently, as noted, our monolingual and bilingual teachers do not have that time to collaborate because their curriculums are different. This is going to be a game changer for them because they're going to be able to collaborate together and have that unified planning time. As with anything, there will be some things to consider, but one of the things is that we really want to help our teachers shift from that balanced literacy approach to coming up with knowing that it's all there for them, and just help them and support them to internalize their lessons and to be able to come up with big questions and enrichment activities and things like that to incorporate in their classrooms. And then lastly, just knowing that it's a structured and knowledge-based approach, just really making sure that we are guided and giving them the time to internalize and be able to work together and collaborate, because all of them together will come up with wonderful ideas to help us be successful. That's what we get. Good evening, Dr. Holmes.
If it's clear on that TV.
After having the privilege of observing the curriculum in action in Waxahachie and talking with their teachers and administrators, I'm confident that this is exactly what our students need to use their reading and writing education. Amplify stands out for its higher level vocabulary and high-level questioning. The curriculum is a one-stop shop for everything our teachers need in order to make our students successful in their learning. The teacher guide offers phonics, grammar practice, writing, comprehension, and extension activities. It's already vertically aligned across grade levels, and the biggest piece that I loved was that the curriculum is equivalent in Spanish, serving our bilingual students with a strong emphasis on vocabulary and visual aids. This is crucial because most district purchase materials do not have a bilingual component, resulting in additional workload and misalignment with the monolingual classes. Each student receives their own materials, including the text needed for each and every lesson. For STAR grades, it already includes up-to-date STAR-based questions and extended constructed responses ready to be utilized in the classroom. There's even exposure in the second grade curriculum, further preparing our students for the following year. During my day of observations of this curriculum and speaking with staff about their experiences, there were many notable celebrations. With strong Tier 1 instruction, they have seen gaps closed in Tier 2 and 3 students. They've also seen special education students showing more growth through the Tier 1 instruction with Amplify. The principal at Marvin Biomedical Academy praised Amplify's writing curriculum as the strongest writing curriculum she had seen in her years in education. To anyone hesitant about implementing this curriculum, I would like to highlight the remarkable difference in writing and vocabulary that Amplify brings. The excitement students have of their learning significant topics such as the War of 1812 was unmistakable. For students who move frequently, Amplify levels the playing field, providing consistent and high-quality Tier 1 instruction. Kindergarten teachers had reported unprecedented numbers of readers by this time of the year, and many teachers had stated that they can't imagine going back from Amplify. The teachers state that it streamlines lesson planning, granting teachers time to focus on creative instruction. Thank you for considering Amplify reading curriculum for our district.
I have a question. So, were they reading on grade level? I mean, did y'all get that? That helped them read on grade level?
Absolutely. I was shocked. I was shocked at the vocabulary that the kindergarten and first graders were using. I mentioned the War of 1812. Even every teacher we talked to in Waxahachie and principals said when they got it, and y'all, they did this was the middle of the year implementation, bless them. But they were looking through and they were like, oh my goodness, the War of 1812. I mean,
Still there?
Sorry, y'all. But they looked and they were like, oh no, War of 1812 in second grade. Without a doubt, that was every second grader's favorite unit, and they are talking about it this year. They're referring back to it. So the reading levels absolutely are on the correct reading level. And their kids were the ones reading. That's what we saw.
And then, of course, the follow-up, whether test scores better.
Well, that's a great question. So they are seeing improvement. They introduced this in Waxahachie at just 4 of their 10 elementaries total, I believe.
They introduced it in the fall of last year at 4 of our highest need elementary schools. So we did a pilot. They saw some improvements in some areas related to it, okay?
Yes, 4 compared to the other 6.
Correct. And then that was only, again, implemented in late November. All right. And so they had all of about 3.5 months last year. So you didn't really have a long.
Yeah, so this is their first.
They made a decision to go whole hog at all 10 elementary schools for this school year. So this is really the first full year implementation that they had the curriculum. Yes.
Yes, they do report, like Lindsay mentioned, kids reading at a much earlier point than they've ever seen before. We had teachers, we had some teachers that were just maybe
5 years into their career. We had some that were 19 years into their career. One of them said she will never teach in a place again that uses anything other than Amplify. Did I say that right? She will only use Amplify Texas as her curriculum. Such a difference in engagement and
we've been diligent with our money, so we do have the funds in our instructional allotment, the instructional materials technology allotment to cover that cost. But it is not currently on that high quality instructional materials. Now, I would say it meets the check boxes. They just didn't submit. Or
Amplify did not submit, or
Amplify Texas did not submit to SBOE for their full-blown program.
Amplify Texas, if I may, I'm sorry, Amplify Texas is really the precursor to Bluebonnet reading. And it is basically the father of Bluebonnet reading. And the state is all in on Bluebonnet reading, and they're not going to be all in. I don't anticipate that Amplify Texas will be chosen as an HQIM. However, we're proposing a 3-year adoption, and so at the end of that 3-year adoption, if it has become prohibitive for us to continue with it, it should be, everything we've heard, everyone we've talked to, it should be an easy transition from 3 years of Amplify Texas to Bluebonnet reading at that point. Does that make sense?
yes, it makes sense, but Bluebonnet reading currently the way it is not what we are interested in because of the content. So we're assuming that in 3 years, we're hoping that in 3 or 4 years, they may adjust that.
Things sometimes change in Austin.
I've advanced to the next slide to kind of show you the money was the biggest concern for us in December, and it was $2 million a year. We have an expert negotiator among us, as we all know, and Dr. Lawrence was able to negotiate a 3-year contract for consideration at a significant discount. It comes in right below $3 million.
It's a major kudos to Dr. Lawrence.
And that is to be paid out over 3 years. And like I said, we have the funding in the IMTA, and then the other funding, I have to look, it's called Approved Instructional Materials Entitlement. That part of the funding can be used to pay for the foundation's piece of it. Everything I had up here, they already said, and they said it way better. So those are the things we really do like about Amplify Texas. I do want to let you know we did consider it for middle school. Just the idea of having a constant curriculum, K-8, like we're doing with Bluebonnet. We found one school district in all of North Texas using that, and then we even had one of our middle school teachers review the material, and there were a lot more questions than there were answers. And what we've got now, we started this year, and it's working. So we are recommending, or we're asking you to recommend transitioning to Amplify Texas for our K-5 ELA and SLA students, and then keeping our middle school ELAR the same. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I have a whole group of people who can also answer questions.
Well, I would just like to say, first of all, thank you all for giving up your time tonight and giving us information. And I've been doing a lot of research on my own, called several universities, et cetera, et cetera. I think that it sounds like y'all are all in. That's great. What are there pitfalls? Are there things that you're worried about?
Okay, well, I'm going to go off script and say first, we are looking at, we know we've already planned the transition for Bluebonnet mathematics, and so to do another big undertaking is a lot. We have already talked with our principals about this. We are actively trying to figure out ways, this is key, that we can provide internalization time every day for our teachers. And so I want to go back, I think I mentioned that last time, but I might understand it better now. So it's not lesson planning anymore. The lessons are there for the teachers. There is a guide. I know the word scripted seems like a bad word all of a sudden. It's not. It's going to provide some sample scripts so I can read them over and internalize what the classroom might look like. And then I have the art of teaching is taking that information and figuring out how it works with our students. So we have to provide time that these teachers can internalize together. And I think Dana's the one who said it. We have to have our principals in those meetings with us because they are going to know this curriculum almost as well as the teachers do. That's key to this. So finding the time, that's a challenge, but don't worry, we're already on it. We've got some ideas going, and you would have been so proud to hear some of our campuses come up with great ideas. Just last Thursday, they stayed and we did some things like this.
And I'll add to, pitfalls. It's hard.
Right.
It is a hard shift. It is very rigorous, and it is rigorous for everybody. It's rigorous for teachers. It's rigorous for principals. It is rigorous for children. And you will hear about that. It is hard. And so it requires us to be really smart about how it is we provide support. We had, in my previous district, we had 2 campuses that started the year doing everyday internalization time, and several did not. By the end of the first 6 weeks, everybody had moved to daily internalization time, or at least 4 days a week internalization time, because it's so important to give teachers that time to be able to work together to get ready for those lessons.
What about new staff? We have 38 new teachers. How much time will it take them to train?
Our new staff are going to be in exactly the same place that our returning staff are. And in fact, many of our new staff that maybe are coming in from alternative programs that they're not university trained, this is more what they're asking for, this kind of thing. I will tell you that we've heard from several school districts that Dr. Hollingsworth just said this is hard. If we can stick with it, which I know we can, I know with the support of you, with the support of the teaching and learning team, with the support of our principals, we can stick with it. If we can get past the first couple of months and people trust, let's just keep going, let's keep going. Everyone that I've talked to reports that, okay, you get to the point where you're like, I'm not lesson planning on the weekend. We had teachers, I'm not going to get emotional, we had teachers talk about the fact that they missed their child's first fishing trip because she was doing schoolwork. And now, a few months into it, that part of the work is done. You've got this built-in time every day or every other day or however we can make it work. They're not taking stuff home anymore. So it takes a while, it takes hard work. to get there. And it's going to be a change in philosophy for our reading teachers. And so that's going to be where we are going to have to work really hard to talk about the why. This is not a group of people saying, hey, you know what would be fun? Let's change everything. That's not, there's a reason behind this. And so we want to make sure the teachers understand it and that it's not something being done to them. We are right there. It's proven in other places and we believe in it.
Are we afraid it's going to be doing anything?
There may be. I don't know how to answer that really.
I see a lot of buy-in in the room. So, and that, when you have buy-in like that, it feels like that will just multiply. And so that's when you see buy-in right from the top, I feel like it just is infectious, and I feel very positive that it's not going to have the as negative effect as we might fear.
Exactly. There are two specific things that we have done. First and foremost, many of the districts that we have researched and looked at, everything including the research-based instructional strategies, how to internalize, the new curriculum is all done at the exact same times. We have actually pre-taught the internalization process and the PBIS and so forth. And then also too, we have already been implementing the math. So the format of the curriculum is very similar between the math and the ELAR. And we received quite a bit of positive feedback on that. And we're also doing a soft launch. So after the STAR exam is done, we're going to be able to spend 6 weeks with our teachers. They're still going to be teaching, still strong instruction, but they're not going to have the stress of where we are going forward. This is where we are. It's going to be that ability to go try it out, figure out what works, figure out what needs to change, and it also allows the principals with teacher involvement of going, oh, you know what, next year we really need to add this, or next year we need to do this. And so I'm very proud of the team being very proactive with coming up with that, and I will say that once that word got out, there are many other districts that are contacting us for our plan. So, very good. Other questions?
So my question, just one question for Ms. Davis. Is that correct? So I've been in class married to an elementary teacher. And look, I know how those conversations start. I know what happens in those conversations among elementary teachers when things change, right? You principals know how that is, right? Maybe not the most positive environment, right? So, you're going to change something else now, and so for you, as you've seen it, you know the uphill battle that is for you guys. You change something and it's harder and it's here. So from your perspective, you seem excited about it. So from the teacher's perspective, like why are you in on it? Because it's going to be harder initially, right? There's going to be a grind, but there's a relief behind it. Is what you see in it?
Yes.
And I say that because here's what I want from a board member perspective is like more energized teachers are creating a better environment for learning for our kids. So if we can get more energized teachers, we should pay you all, $50,000 more when it comes. If there's something we can do to energize teachers, then we're doing it. Right? So speak to all that, I guess.
I mean, there's a lot of positives that I could say about it, and I was lucky enough to get to hear those teachers, and I wish everybody could have, because when I left there, I thought, let's start tomorrow, I'm ready, let's do it. They loved it, hearing them talk about how great it was, and they did talk about how hard it was at the beginning, but that's with everything that's new. You're always going to have that kind of roller coaster until it finally evens out. So I know on my campus, I can be that person to talk to them and tell them, like, we're all going to be struggling at the beginning. It's new to all of us. But I've seen and I've heard the positives from from that campus. I saw their writing, which was phenomenal. And I took pictures of some of it, and this is great writing. Just hearing what those teachers had to say about how amazing it was made me just super excited about what was to come. And then we are a bilingual campus, so there was also that added piece of I see my teammates struggling and doing all the extra work, and they're trying to plan with us, but then they're like, this doesn't work for me because I have to do something completely different, and I'm really excited to be able to go, let's go internalize, and we're all together. Really forcing us, making us more of a team than we've ever been before. I could go on. There are a lot of lessons. I'm very, very excited. No, thank you. You're not third graders.
We're all up there great. So we spent resources, developing, you put district on one of your slides, you had this, a lot of the materials were district created instructional materials. So are those going to apply now at all, or?
We will have to go piece by piece, but probably not. I'm just going to be honest with you. So that's part of the transition plan that we're working on now is what do we do with the resources that we've been using? What can stay in any sort of use and what needs to be pulled? And as Angela has said a few times, she's the creator of most of those resources, and she's fine going around and gathering up the resources.
That would be my next question. Is the people that wrote them,
We're not going to hurt her feelings.
Okay.
We're very thankful. We're very thankful for all of the work that's gone into what we've done. And honestly, our teachers have been working like crazy, doing everything they can, and it's not getting the results that we know our kids can get. And so we have to look somewhere else. We have to do something. And I feel confident that this is the way we're going to see growth. Thank you.
I mean, I think people are born, but, y'all are curriculum. Y'all select it, we'll pay for it, and we'll.
You have a bucket of money.
There's a little bucket of money for it. We get to buy some other things.
Anything else? Thank you. Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Mr. McLaughlin, we want to be cognizant of your time, so do you want to go ahead and present, or can you wait until we go into closed session? We will go either way.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you so much. So it is currently 6:19 p.m. on March 31st, 2025. The board will now recess for dinner and then reconvene in a closed meeting pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act. Section 551.071 for the purpose of product qualification and security by litigation. Discuss participation in multi-district litigation involving usage and media usage. Section 551.072 for the purpose of deliberating on party situation, use, or value of property. Section 551.074 for the purpose of deliberating appointment, employment, assignment, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. We'll also discuss contract renewals for district employees. Section 551.076 for the purpose of deliberation regarding the employment or specific occasions of implementation of security personnel devices or security audits. And section 551.0821 to discuss specific personal identifying information about the student. Thank you all. And thank you again for coming.
get an email from you? I did not.
Good evening. This is a public meeting of the Board of Education of Illinois and Saginaw Independent School District. The board is reconvening the public meeting on March 31st, 2024 at 7:06 p.m. And we'll now consider the subject set forth in the posted agenda. So welcome everyone. We're all glad that you're here. This is one of our biggest board meeting crowds. This is awesome. We have lots of things to celebrate. So that's awesome. So we will start with that. So we have our opening ceremony, of course, Dr. Peters from Marine Creek Middle and his wonderful group. And sorry we ran out of time, but I wanted to say hello. Welcome to us. Welcome to all of you.
Good evening. First of all, I'm so excited that so many people came out to see us over the ceremony.
You must have posted on Facebook, right?
Board President Tolbert, distinguished board members, Dr. Hollingsworth, I have the distinct pleasure of serving as the principal of Marine Creek Middle School, as well as introducing some phenomenal scholars. These scholars have all been selected by our NJHS sponsor, and they will lead us in the pledges, but before they do, I want to tell you a little bit about them. Our first scholar is Wyatt Crawford. He is in the 8th grade. His parents are Jillian and Wendell Crawford. He is part of NJHS, academic UIL, football, and track. His interests are sports stats. He loves the Dallas Cowboys. He is a TCU Horned Frog fan. I won't hold that against him. He enjoys video games and meeting young people. And some additional information about Wyatt is he is excited about high school and already has his next 4 years planned. Next, we have Heather Griffin. She's also in 8th grade. Parents are Aaron Lewis and Kiara Lewis. She's also in NJHS, avid Stuco, cheer, and journalism. Her interests are cheerleading, being helpful. She participates in field events, academics, and community work. And additional information, she's in all advanced classes, including Algebra 1.
Come on. Awesome.
Our next student is Zeta Johnson, 8th grade student. Parents, Nakia Jackson and Demario Johnson. She's also in NJHS, avid track, basketball, volleyball, and the soccer team. And thankfully, she was able to make it here. Her interests are academic, sports, being kind and helpful. She's also eighth grade. Parent, Patricia Conde. She's in NJHS, avid, basketball, track and field. Her interests are basketball, track, helping her church community, and meeting new people. She also takes all advanced classes, including Algebra 1. And then we actually have a final student who's not here because he is representing Marine Creek Middle School on the soccer field against Azle. And so he's leading us on to victory. His name is Jason Palacios. He's in 8th grade. Parents, Nancy Moreno and Jose Luis Palacios. He's in NJHS, football, basketball, track, and, of course, soccer. He enjoys playing sports, having good grades, and helping people out. And he wants you guys to know a lot of sports, a lot of video games. He loves working out, and he has good grades. So these are our Marine Creek scholars.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now for the Texas pledge.
Honor the Texas flag.
I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Now for a moment of silence. Thank you.
My favorite part of our meetings when y'all come. So thank you very much. Okay, we're going to start with a lot of special recognitions. So, Mr. Behringer, are you ready for the first one? Youth and Government Awards?
Yes, ma'am. Madam President, Dr. Hollingsworth, members of the board, I'm super duper excited to be able to acknowledge these outstanding achievements of our students who have participated in Junior Youth and Government State Conference in Austin. And you'll see the representation here in a second, and it'll make a little bit more sense to you what the impact of this area has had on this conference. The first student that I would like to recognize is Paloma Buck, Wayside Middle School student. And she took the floor with a skillful debate. Next, we have Olivia Wardell, Wayside Middle School. Also won an Outstanding Statesman Award, Matthew Winona from Ed Wilkie Middle School. Showcased diplomacy and a commitment to community service, including food drives, and also won Outstanding Club Leader Award. Riley Lease from Marine Creek Middle School. Overcame some challenges and earned Top Chair and Clerk Award and won Outstanding Statesman Award. Carrie Stillwell. Finished the middle school from Marine Creek Middle School and won Distinguished Delegate Award. Delaney Taylor. Delaney attends Prairie Vista Middle School and was a fearless participator, and this was her first year to compete. And then Simon Wickham. Attends Prairie Vista Middle School and won Outstanding Club Leader. Please help me give these students one more round of applause.
Awesome job, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you could go down to Austin and help them. That would be great.
I think we probably should. The next group is from Creekview Middle School, and we're going to start with William Weiss. William served as the Speaker of the House and won Top Chair and Clerk Award. Next, from Creekview, Hudson Carpenter. Hudson held the prestigious role of presiding lieutenant governor.
Very good.
And then Joshua Mugisha. Now, Joshua was elected the Texas Junior Youth and Government Governor. This is the first time in more than 7 years a Fort Worth area candidate won governor at the state level and for Junior Youth and Government. And he was named Outstanding Statesman. Sierra Harlan. Sarah, her bill passed and was signed by the governor. And then Luke Benton. Luke won the Top Chair and Clerk Award. Please give these students one more big round of applause.
I'm not kidding, Mr. Behringer. They need to go to Austin. You just need to gather them all up and take them.
We will definitely do that because they have already been and have been successful.
Yes, absolutely.
Next is our high school students, and they earn achievements as well that we would like to recognize. And first up Emory Miramontes Eldridge. Is a Boswell High School student, and she was elected Texas Youth and Government Governor. The first time since 2018 a candidate from Fort Worth area has been elected. Elliot Walker from Boswell High School. Elliot was awarded the Outstanding Club Leader. And then Sorsha Swain. Sorsha was awarded Outstanding Club Leader as well. And then Giovanni Almodovar. And he was awarded Outstanding Club Leader. Please help me give these students one more.
Thank you so much.
And then finally, we have students from Saginaw, represented here by Mr. Bronca, and they are our National Judicial Competition participants here in July. They've already had a tremendous amount of success, but we're also looking forward to what they are going to accomplish over the course of this next season going into the summer. First student is Sarah Klein. Greta Groves. Carson Brandon. Haley Snow. Basola Olasamira. Stephanie Rhoda. And then Nathan Gonzalez. Please give these students one more huge round of applause.
Give yourselves a hand. That's awesome.
This is like, thank you guys. Thank you. You can have a seat. Of course, this success is not one that they can own by themselves. It takes a village to raise a child, but it also takes a village to experience this level of success. So if we have any parents, I imagine that we have one or two. If we have any parents of any of the students that we just named, would you all stand and be recognized? Right. I would extend that same thing to any of our teachers and or staff that have worked with our students. And then finally, we are humbled by our relationship with the YMCA. A lot of this would not be possible without that relationship and the commitment to serve our students together. And I know that we have a number of YMCA staff that are here as well. If you are here representing the YMCA, if you would just wave and allow us to recognize you.
Thank you.
Awesome. Madam President, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Behringer. So we have more special recognitions. Ms. Sanders.
Good evening, President Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, and Board of Trustees. I would like to welcome Presley Smith, first grade teacher at Comanche Springs Elementary, to join me at the podium. I am honored this evening to recognize Comanche Springs Elementary teacher Presley Smith this evening for her quick thinking and action this month that saved the life of one of her students. While at recess, Mrs. Smith saw a student choking and immediately flew into action. Using her training, she swiped the student's airway, removing a deflated balloon that he had put in his mouth and was blocking his breathing. This student is doing well, and Ms. Smith continues to take care of her Comanche Springs Spurs. She has done what every teacher is ready to do every day, and that's take care of our kids, and we're so honored to recognize Presley this evening.
It's amazing. Thank you so much. We do more than just teach, just saying, do more than just teach. Thank you. And now we have some athletic recognition. Ms. Tricia Lippett, or Brett Barker, sorry. How are you?
Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, distinguished board. It was a fabulous February for the Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD Athletic Department as well as teams. If I could get Sophie in. Coach Hudson, come on. It is my honor and privilege to introduce three that play individual sports. We all know that to advance, there's a lot of kids, and then a few get to go to the regionals, and there's a lot more kids, and a few get to go to the state. And so even having a medal is even better than that. So I have to say, Sophie Cortez, she is a junior at Saginaw High School. Sophie Ann placed third in the 100 butterfly at the URL State Swimming Meet in Austin just a few months ago.
Impressive.
All right, we're going to get our coaches. My Eagle Mountain, or come here, Coach Johns. So keep an eye on Sophie Ann Cortez. This is the third appearance in the state meet. She was in there as a freshman, sophomore, and junior. She also placed fifth in the 500 freestyle, setting a personal best and score record time of 23.90. Sophie Ann was named the regional female MVP at the swimming meet in Mansfield. She is also the district champion in both the butterfly and the freestyle, and the regional champion, which means she won all those races to advance to the state in Austin. She owns every single Saginaw High School individual record that there is, and the first to medal in Saginaw High School history. So congratulations. Oswaldo Cortez, Barbara Casey, who's also a swimmer, and of course, to my right now is her coach, Jason Giles. Congratulations. Next. Come on, Tevin. There you go. Next, another historical moment. Tevin Level is also a junior at Eagle Mountain High School. By the way, everybody's a junior at Eagle Mountain High School. Or sophomore or freshman. So they're all seniors. But he had a history of his own, becoming the first mate in any sport to qualify for a state meet. Congratulations. Tavin competed in the state quality swim meet in San Antonio. Tavin competed in the 200 IM, which is individual medley, and 100 breaststroke, finishing 13th and 15th respectively in the state. He also was the district champion for the district 4 district meet in the 200 and the 100 breaststroke, as well as at the regional. He was third and fifth in the breaststroke and IM, which allowed him to advance to the state tournament. He was accompanied by his parents, Tara and Kevin, Michael, and brother, Cole. He is coached by Christopher Hudson, as well as Ben Miles. I also want to recognize the
the principal, Dr. Gatlin, who's very supportive of all our athletics, and I know he's over there. She said she was going to try to be here tonight. I know that Jennifer Thomas is representing Saginaw as well as others, so we appreciate our principals as well. And last but not least, all right, thank you, guys.
Congratulations.
Our last but not least is our wrestler, Ethan Allrat. Okay, Ethan is also a junior at Chisholm Trail High School. And he competed in the state wrestling meet. And wrestling, there's 16 in the pool, 4 advance. Then there's 16 in the next pool, which is the regional, and only 4 advance. And so he advanced to the state tournament, which occurred at South Fair in the Houston area. Ethan was on the wrestle for 3 years and finished the season with a record of 39-6 overall. Ethan wrestled in the 120 weight class. Wrestle. Ethan was the district champion and qualified for the regional meet in Lubbock. He advanced from Lubbock here to the state championship. He was the first wrestler to compete at the state tournament for Chisholm Trail since 2019. Okay. And this year, he wrestled in 7 regular season meets. He won 5 gold medals and 2 silver. So congratulations for that success. His mother is Heather Christensen, and brother Oliver Gonzalez. His grandparent, who I understand never misses our wrestling match, Kent Hunter. We appreciate that. And Coach Jake Farley. And Coach Farley also hopes he could make it tonight. We appreciate it. Congratulations on your success.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Our next summit, I'm going to turn over to Tricia Levitt, but before that, we've got a quick video.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what their problem is. It's me. You waiting on the boy to fail, now hold your breath and face your death. Cause you play a roulette with each step I progress, no less. Go ahead and place your bet. Cause we know who we at, we know we top tier. Cause all the hate that you bring, we know it stops here. I'm taking off like a rocket here and stopping here. It's strange how they cannot see the future, but see popping here. Wait up, we gon' always win. Promise that that's not a promise, yeah, that is a threat. You know that I promise to bring the team commas. When the whole team win, that's when you I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. Tell 'em I can't take no loss. My team hold no rails, no. Aiming for the top, can't make it by myself. I ain't taking no loss. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. We already know that we the coldest. Watch me heat it up, let me focus. I'm going toe to toe with foes. I know they notice. I kick in doors, they only hope for closing. Why? Cause they know I go again. And when they get a drought, I'm the one that can make it flow again. Talk to me nice, my team, they ready to go again. Running into us, we're glad we see you home again. Yo, we don't talk. Better know the grind, gon' match my walk. I'm a cheat code, I don't take no loss.
Nice.
I want to recognize Dr. McKenna and Chisholm Troy. I forgot to mention him. We appreciate you as a principal at Chisholm Troy.
President Tolbert, Board, Dr. Hollingsworth, thank you for allowing us the opportunity and the distinct honor tonight to introduce our head coach of the Lady Pioneers basketball team, Coach John Reese. The Boswell Lady Pioneers basketball team completed their historic season this year in the 6A D2 state championships with a record of 39-2, a perfect season of 12-0 in district. This is our first championship for the program as they set many records along the way, ending the year as nationally ranked number 15 in the nation.
Wow.
Coach John Reese ended this season with a record total of 39 wins, 528 for his 33-year coaching career. He's been named the Star Telegram Coach of the Year for 2 consecutive years. He's the District 3 6A Coach of the Year, and there may be another announcement coming from TABC soon. Please help me welcome Coach John Reese.
Thank you. To Dr. Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, distinguished board, thank you so much. First, I have to start with glory be to God. Without him, I wouldn't be here. I was blessed to be able to coach this outstanding group of young ladies this year. And my outstanding staff, if y'all would come up here. Associate head coach Ginger Williams and assistant coach Brad Ingram. Jason Hensley couldn't be here this evening. He's sick. This is right hand. I have no ego in this business. You can't, without good assistance, you can't make it. Great players make you look good as well, but you can't see everything as a head coach. And so you have to have really, really good assistance. The late hours, the film work, the scouts, and all that kind of stuff that go into this. You have to have really good assistance. Before I go any further, though, let me thank the people that also help with this. You have to have great admin people because those are the people that you lean on. It starts with our high school, our admin team there, our principals, starting with Mr. Flagler, has done an outstanding job, really assisting in everything that we needed this year. Then it comes over here to the admin building, our athletic secretaries, then Coach Barker, Coach Ab, Coach Levitt. I mean, anytime I picked up the phone, I know when they saw that thing, a text from me or a call, they're like, okay, what does he need now? But throughout the process, I mean, sometimes it was, I need it tomorrow, I need it now, whatever the case was, they were right there and they did everything that we needed without fail. So I really, really thank them for that. And then the next people in line are trainers. Would y'all come up, please? This staff, our head trainer, Hayden McPherson, Corey Barrick, and then Gus Nelson. They, I mean, without fail, you know, I prayed every night that we stayed healthy, and with minor exceptions, I say minor, we had one stretch where we had to sit one player. She couldn't walk for a week, and then, you know, another one was coming off knee surgery, and we had to get her healthy, and then a couple others, you know, we had one player who, you know, foot and ankle. She had messed that up, so she was in 2 braces. I mean, it's just, thing after thing after thing, but our medical staff was just amazing in keeping these young ladies healthy. And you know how that is. You have to, they get them healthy and get them right back on the floor because we had to have them. So, and then the young ladies did an excellent job of staying on top of their bodies and getting themselves healthy as well. And then definitely last but not least, but parents, we have some parents that attended and they were a huge part. Would y'all please stand? And we had some that couldn't make it, of course, but Dr. Behringer said it earlier, it takes a village. And I explained to him earlier at the beginning of the season that, trust me with your babies, because once the season starts, they'll spend more time with me and my staff than they will with you. And they did. They trusted me with their babies, and they, push them out the door and get them back to me the next day. And, we go through the process over and over and over again. But, I really appreciate them and the support that they gave us this year. But now what you've been waiting for, the people that put in the work this year, come on up. Hours, practice, training, extra hours, the weight room, the running, and they still owe me. We had a celebration after our win, and they got old coach pretty good. I promised them I would get them back, and I still haven't got them for that, but I think after that I kind of forgot what they did to me, but nonetheless, this group of young ladies, I just can't say enough about them. They were really, really outstanding this year. And I'm going to start with a little story that I told them before the playoffs started that I really believe. I've been chasing, I guess, this thing for a long time. I've been a head coach for 20 years. I was an assistant for a while, then I was blessed to go to the collegiate ranks for a few years and coach at that level for a while. Then I came back to high school. It's all in God's time and in God's plan, and I firmly believe that. It took me a little while to understand that. I'm kind of stubborn, but my sister is still working on me as well as God is. And, I told you ladies at the start of the playoffs last year, we made a deep run, and we were missing a couple of really special kids that were out under some unique circumstances, one to a knee injury, and then the other due to UIL. And I told them last year, we made a really, really special run, but we got right there to the door and got to the regional finals and just couldn't quite make it over. But I told him that God had a plan for us, but he knew how hard those 2 young ladies worked. And one young lady had an injury in early December, and the season was taken from her. And the other one, it was out of her hands, and UIL took that from her. I said, God wanted y'all to experience this with us. He knew y'all put in the work, so he was waiting to this year so we could get it done. So we've got 6 games to get this thing done. So now everybody's with us, everybody's healthy. So now's our time, now's our year. So we've got 6 games, let's go get it done. And 6 games later, we were able to hoist the trophy. So that was our plan. So that's what I told them to start the playoffs, and they held it true. So that's what we did. Now a little bit about our season. Let me introduce these young ladies first. So I'll try to remember you in numerical order, so forgive me if I miss somebody. We had number 0, Kalia Hyman. Number 1, Camille Williams. Number 4, not here. I'm sorry, number 3, Celeste Massey. Number 4, unable to make it, Anaya Jones. Number 5, Sid Dura. Number 11, Haley Jackson. Number 14, Blessing Washington. 15, Samaya Andrews, unable to make it. 22, Aaliyah Sanders. 23, Jana Bianami. 24, Selena Carrasco. Let me backtrack. Number 11, Haley Jackson. Let me backtrack some more. Number 2, I didn't see her. No pun intended, she's little. Number 2, Cadence Daniels. And last but not least, number 31, Destiny O'Connor. And by the way, tidbit I didn't know till last week, K104 had us on the radio. So if any of y'all listen to K104, you might hear these young ladies on the radio. But Destiny O'Connor had a chance to sing on the radio live last week. And did an outstanding job, by the way. Now, on to our season. As Coach Levitt said, these young ladies finished the season 39-2, 12-0, undefeated district champs. We played in 3 tournaments. Our tournament record was 13-1 with 2 championships. In Austin, we won the championship in Fort Worth. We won the local tournament here. We finished runner-up in the Central Meadows Classic to an Arkansas team that won their state championship, by the way. We finished by district champs, area champs, regional semifinal champs, regional final champs, state semifinal champs, and last but not least, state final champs. We finished 15th in the nation, number 1 in the state, number 1 in the region, number 1 in Dallas, number 1 in Texas High School Coaches Association. We we beat 4 teams that qualified for the Final Four in their respective classifications. We were 12-0 against them. We beat 6 total state champs in classifications 4A through 6A, 1 TAPS state champion, 6A, and 1 TCAL state champ. Our strength of schedule was 27.2 and a rating of 47.4. That's according to Coach Ingram, who's a numbers guy and a math guy, who does an outstanding job on that. Let's see, our records. We had the most records in a season for Boswell High School with 39, the fewest losses in a season, which eclipsed our own 2 records of 35 previously and 3, so 39 and 2 losses. Individual records on the season. Selena Carrasco, free throw percentage 92. She did not miss a Selena did not miss a free throw until Christmas, which was amazing, and we were all shocked when she did. Selena also tied the 3-point percentage in a game, 3 for 3, with 3 attempts being the fewest you could attempt. Haley Jackson tied the rebound record. Haley Jackson is 5'11" and guarded 6'4" posts, and a 6'2" post throughout the playoffs. But she tied the rebounding record at 5'11" with 20 rebounds in a game. Haley also set the field goal percentage record in a game with 90%, going 9 of 10 in a game. Camille Williams, who stands 5'11" as well, set the single season rebounding record at 357. Camille also holds or tied 8 school records during her 2-year stint at Boswell High School. Haley will be attending the University of Arkansas at Fort Smith. Camille will be attending the University of Miami. Everyone else will be back. Can you say repeat? Postseason accolades, MVP of our district, 3-6A, was Camille Williams. District Player of the Year in our district was Haley Jackson. First Team All-District, Selena Carrasco. First Team All-District, Sydney Dura. First Team All-District, Celeste Massey. And Second Team All-District, Kalia Hyman. And not just can we play, we're really smart. Academic All-District, Selena Carrasco. Academic All-District, Sydney Dura. Academic All-District, Haley Jackson. Academic All District, Celeste Massey. Academic All District, Destiny O'Connor. And Academic All District, Camille Williams. Also receiving postseason accolades, All Region, Haley Jackson and Camille Williams. All State recognition, Haley Jackson and Camille Williams. That was TABC. Texas Girl Coaches Association, All State, Haley Jackson, Celeste Massey, and Camille Williams. And last but not least, the state game MVP, Celeste Massey. So again, board, I thank you. This is the 2025 State Division II 6A State Champions.
Awesome. What an amazing group of athletes, and the mock trial and the representatives for the Senate. I mean, hashtag EMS proud doesn't do it justice. It's amazing.
Great display of public education, isn't it?
Absolutely. Amen. Yes, absolutely.
All right. Hey, can I say something real quick before they get out of here? Coach Reese, great job. I got to say this, ladies. Was it fun? Okay. It was fun when it happened. It's kind of fun to get your blood pumping. And I used to coach. I can't not say something. Okay. Right, Coach Ed? I get the chance to. I brought something to you tonight because it happened. I did it too. About 30 years ago. It didn't fit the same thing. It felt like I got it. But that's a different story. I'll tell you something. Nobody can ever take it away from you. 30 years from now, I'll be down your kids and they'll roll their eyes. If you're talking about it, again. But take every part of it, every early morning, every late night, everything that he told you about the Lord's plan for your life, every studying session that you had so that you could stay eligible. And then you know in this moment and you knew in that moment that it was worth it. As part of the process, you trusted somebody who was your leader and a group of people around you. It took all of them, didn't it? That's what life's going to be. Let it make you a better woman. Let it make you a better spouse. Let it make you a better community member. Take everything that you've learned and do not waste it. All of you. Everything that you've done, the accolades you've gotten tonight, there was a process, right? So trust the process of leaders that you have in front of you in the educational system that you have that is a gift, and let it make you who you are called to be. Congratulations.
You got one more, right?
Yes, one more special introduction, Coach Avishon.
President Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, Board of Education, thank you for letting us be up here. It's always good to follow a state champion. I'm very excited to introduce the next head football coach and athletic coordinator at Saginaw High School, Michael DeWitt. And we're on borrowed time because his three are here, and the MVP of the family.
All right.
Coach DeWitt's married to Amanda. She has been holding the fort down in New Caney, where they've sold a house in about a day, and now is moving into the house this weekend, sight unseen. We got Matthew, Nathan, and Jonathan. Aww. And they are fired up, and they've earned 3 pieces of chocolate right after this. Coach DeWitt comes to us from New Caney, where he held the same position. He was at Coppell, where he was the winningest head football coach in their history, and we are very excited that he is a part of us at Saginaw High School, and he has already hit the ground running and doing an amazing job. So I'd like to present Coach Michael DeWitt.
Welcome, Coach DeWitt, and your beautiful family. So thank you for joining us. being part of our family. Thank you.
Thank y'all for being here.
Okay, that concludes all the fun and wonderful, exciting things. Now we're going to go back to reports to the superintendent. So if you were here for all the wonderful, exciting things, you may feel free to exit.
They don't want to hear about bonding
They don't want to hear about bond capacity. They don't want to hear about, no.
Doug.
Bye, Liz.
Bye, Liz.
Hi, Liz.
So we're going to go back to our reports because we did not finish them at 5 o'clock. And Mr. Josh McLaughlin was kind enough to wait till the 7 o'clock meeting. And then we had so many introductions, you wanted another 15 minutes or more. So we're ready for that, an update on the bond capacity and the issuance plan.
With that, I am going to just turn it over and keep us moving then.
Great, great, thank you.
Thanks for waiting.
Yes, we appreciate it very much.
Good evening, President Colbert, members of the board, Dr. Hollingsworth. It's a pleasure to see you tonight. I would not have stayed if I realized I had to follow that. But likewise, every time I get up to talk about bond capacity, I do clear the room. So that happens more often than not. So we'll just dive in really quickly. Before we talk about your bond capacity, I always like to talk about how the district manages its debt portfolio through instituting financing options like refundings, bond prepayments, using variable rate bonds to build bond capacity and lower your costs. The district, through these debt management plans, has saved taxpayers over $146.4 million since 2005, so the last 20 years. So congratulations on that. Currently, the district has about $44 million of its debt in a variable rate bond at a 336. That's locked up for the next couple years. When we flip the page, the district has refinanced roughly $661 million of its outstanding debt, saving taxpayers almost $111 million. In the last couple of years, as the district's value has grown, we've been able to prepay debt and start building more additional bond capacity that saved taxpayers an additional $12 million. You know this as well as I do. Every year you set, two separate tax rates in your M&O and your INS. I do like to point out that, in the last 5 years, your total tax rate has gone down by over 27 cents. Currently on the INS side, we're at 49.88. That is the maximum we told voters at the time of the last election, and that's the means we live within. Going back to the last election, within the district, voters approved over $561 million on the November 7th, 2023 election. We've had one bond sale to date of about $150 million from that. The all-in true interest rate was a 1.15. Unfortunately, rates have gone higher since then, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. Currently, you have $411.1 million of bonds remaining to be sold. Those will be sold in increments over the next several years. Roughly 399 is from Proposition A, which is school facilities, and the rest, 12.2 million is for technology. This gives you a look at your outstanding debt service as it stands right now. You'll notice your bond payments go down over time, which is why we can issue additional debt for no tax rate increase. Currently, your bonds are repaid over a 30-year period, so every time we go sell new bonds, we do it over a 30-year period. You have tremendous credit ratings from AA2 at Moody's, AA at Fitch, and AA- at S&P. But as a reminder, every time we go sell bonds, we apply for the Permanent School Fund Guarantee, which has plenty of capacity right now, so we'll get that automatic AAA rating. Out of your existing debt, you have about $1 billion that is callable prior to final maturity. These are the bonds we look to either prepay should the market conditions allow, or if market conditions allow, look to refinance a portion at a lower interest rate. I'm going to focus on the Series 2016 bonds. It's about $126.25 million that's callable. Assuming market conditions stay similar, I'll be back to you later this fall with an opportunity to refinance those at a lower interest rate. This gives you a look at the bond buyer index. This gives you a general indication of what municipal interest rates are doing. Right now, the index is a 430. The 25-year historical average is about a 410. So we're slightly above a 25-year run rate at this point, but we're still very advantageous of being able to sell bonds less than 5%. The single biggest driver of the district's bond capacity is its tax base. The higher your tax base, the more revenues you have in, the more debt service you can support. Currently, your tax value is roughly $15.2 billion. The largest year of growth was back in 2022-23 of 1.7. The last 10 years, on average, you've grown about $881 million or 9% year-over-year growth. The last 5 years, it's been a little more accelerated, over $1 billion or 8.86% growth. You can see those numbers at the bottom, but I did want to point out, currently, for the current year, you have roughly $646 million in what's known as the 10% cap. That is funds that, under Texas law, the taxable value of a homestead cannot increase by more than 10% each year. If it does, it falls into this cap. The next year goes by, some of this will fall off the cap and down to your bottom line. So all things being equal, this money or these dollars will hit your bottom line over the next few years. For 2024-25, this gives you a look on the graph on the left of what how your tax base is composed. The vast majority of your tax base is single family, roughly 60%. So as we start talking about potential changes to the homestead exemption again, just know that will play an impact on your tax base. If you look at the graph on the right, we look at the last 5 years on average, you have new construction within the district of about $500 million. And we're going to use that as an assumption when we look at your bond capacity. So tonight, what we want to do is show you sort of what your yearly annual bond capacity is over the next few years. The reality is this will change over time. We're going to make a few assumptions here. The next year or two will probably be pretty spot on. After that, again, it becomes an assumptions game. So in terms of tax rate impact, the remaining $400 million from your bond program will be sold with no tax rate increase. We'll maintain the 49.88 cents. In terms of interest rates, we're going to assume current market rates plus 15. That gives you an idea of what rates are right now for the upcoming bond sale in August or sooner. All future bond sales, we're assuming 5 1/4. Again, that's the same interest rate we just assumed at the time of the bond election. In terms of bond repayment, 30 years for each one of these individual bond series. State funding assistance, unfortunately, given the district's wealth per student, we have no existing debt allotment or instructional facilities allotment funding, but you do get hold harmless funding on everything outstanding except for anything related to the recent bond program. That does not fall into the definition of eligible debt under this program. That may change under this legislative session, but we have not amended that to date. In terms of revenues, we have other available revenues about $3.5 million on an annual basis. For purposes of this bond capacity analysis, we have reduced that because of the impact of Senate Bill 4, which I'll touch on momentarily. Your qualified school construction funds that you get a federal subsidy on, that will go until 2027 when those bonds are paid off. And we've assumed tax collections of roughly 99.5%. As Mr. Welch alluded to earlier, Senate Bill 4 passed the Senate, has moved to the House. The House has not taken it up yet, but that would essentially increase the residential homestead exemption from $100,000 to $140,000. What that means is additional value will fall off the district's roll. Currently, inside the homestead exemption, you have roughly $2.76 billion. So if we increase that from $100,000 to $140,000, that means about $1.1 billion will fall off your tax roll. We have taken that into account.
So 40,000 is 1.1, but 100,000 was 2.7 million? Is that because the base grew, or what's the? disconnect there?
So the disconnect is when we went from 40 to 100. It was more like 1 billion and it went to 2.7. So when you look at the math, as you add more houses, that's why you see the oversized ratio there. But essentially going from 100 and 140, you could just take 40% of the 2.7 and that's the 1.1 billion.
Okay.
This will also impact your frozen collections. It used to be that it would wait a year or so before that took place, but under the last legislative session, the impact is almost immediate. So we've adjusted your frozen collections as well, as we listed on the prior page. The other thing that's different since we met last May to talk about the finance plan is the appraisal district has changed its reappraisal plan. They're going to reappraise every other year. However, they've elected to not reappraise in 2025, which means they're not going to reappraise till tax year 2027, which is really the 27-28 school year. So essentially for 3 years, they're not going to reappraise. What's going to come on your tax rolls in the next few years is any new construction within the district, as well as what comes out of the 10% homestead cap. In visiting with TAD, we were able to get a number from them in terms of what they're projecting to come out of the 10% home cap for the next couple of years. And you can see that at the table at the bottom. Next year, roughly 338 million, the following year, 134. We haven't accounted for all 634 because in year 3, they're going to do a reappraisal. And we'll have to update the numbers at that point in time. In terms of new construction, we've assumed your 5-year average of about $500 million a year. As we drive through the district, it looks like things are progressing very well and, new facilities are coming up all the time. In terms of future reappraisals, we think we're probably conservative here, but this matches sort of the 10-year average. And then you can see the reduction and the homestead exemption. So we actually think for 25-26, you have a potential to have your total values drop by about 266,000. Thereafter, we could see that growing yet again. You see at the bottom, looking at these annual growth figures over the next 5 years, the average increase is about 526 million or 3.25%, versus what you have done over the last 5 years at 1 million or 1 billion. Now again, if new construction comes in better than $500 million a year, that will certainly benefit you in terms of bond capacity going forward. So with that, for August 25, we believe you have bond capacity of about $166 million. Based upon our understanding of the cash flow from Mr. Welch, you need about $100 million a year. So you're well ahead of the game in terms of what your bond capacity is for what your needs are currently. In August of 26, you can issue an additional 55, so a grand total of 222 million. By year 3, 297, and by year 5, you have sold all your remaining bonds at 419. Now the reality is, if we sell bonds less than 5.25, this accelerates your bond capacity. You can issue more. If the values come in better than we expect, you can issue more. As we get to the year August of 27, that's a 27-28 school year. That's when TAD's going to reappraise again. Based upon those reappraisals, that can accelerate your bond capacity too. So again, we think you're comfortable for the next couple of years, and thereafter it's going to be based upon what TAD does. With that, I know I went through that relatively quickly. What questions can I answer for you?
On your page where it says the savings from the district debt management practice, which is one of your first slides, you say the district's interest rate on its existing variable rate bonds, Series 11 is 3.36.
Yes, sir.
And then the footnote on page 5 says Series 211 is calculated at a 4% coupon rate through July 27th and a 5% coupon thereafter, including a $500 prepayment scheduled, we're thinking we'll make this year. Are those the same? Am I missing some?
So the coupon on the actual bonds is 4%, but they locked in an original yield of a 3.36. So the remaining premium was used to buy down the debt. So the net effective interest rate to the district is a 336 over that term rate.
That's what we'd be showing on our financials is the 336 rate.
Yes, sir.
Is that right? Okay. The other thing was the next page after that, page 6, which is the summary of existing and callable unlimited tax bonds.
Yes, sir.
You'd mentioned that the rate was really good on your chart in 2020, 2021. The next page shows a low of 2.02%. But if you see that 2.02, but if you go back to our bonds that we sold in those years, the series 2020A, 2020B, and C, should those interest rates, I mean, we do have two that are between 167 and 260, but we've also got others that are 3 to 5 and higher.
Mm-hmm.
What is the reconciliation there?
Okay, can you ask that question again? So each one of those individual series were sold with separate coupon structures. Are you asking what the overall weighted average yield is?
Well, I'm just saying that you showed us a chart that said the low rate was 2.02 on the following page, the bond capacity factors.
This
So
page.
that was the time we sold them right there, 2020 to 2022.
So again, this is just a representative index of what municipal interest rates are doing. These do not reflect actual interest rates on your bonds.
So is this where we add point? Earlier you said it was going to be whatever the interest rate is plus 15 basis points?
So essentially that is correct. So if we look at today, if we sold a 30-year bond, it would be roughly 430 to 450. We're assuming 15 basis points on top of that, only from the standpoint it's going to be a couple more months before we actually get out into the market and sell bonds. As you can see on a daily basis right now, interest rates are pretty volatile. You know, again, you turn on the TV and you hear the word tariff or inflation, and it is volatility in the marketplace right now.
Let's see if that was. And I guess the bond capacity factors, the summary of the district's historic taxable assessed valuation, page 39 in the board book and 8 of your presentation. That's before the TAD exemption that net of frozen values is 15 billion.
Yes, sir.
That takes out the homestead exemptions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It does. So that is the minimum, that is your actual tax base. For every dollar you levy, you get collected on. And then we come back afterwards and add back the collections you get on the over 65, the frozen accounts.
And the page 40 in the board book and page 9 in your presentation talks about the composition of the district's tax base. How does that, our 60.7% of single-family residential properties, you know how that compares to other districts or Northwest or anybody around us? Or statewide, maybe?
I don't have it on a statewide basis. Northwest, I believe, is a little bit higher in terms of concentration. Not much, because they do have a significant commercial value with Alliance Airport and a few other things. In terms of other more suburban area, I've seen that go as high as 70, 80%, and as low as, 30-40%. So
would it benefit the district or our taxpayers if that was more in balance? I mean, with 30%, 33% for business and 60.7% for single family residential.
Well, it gets reappraised. That's the one of the main things now. Commercial's going to still get reappraised.
Yeah, and it feels like in this growing community, we could, we're growing in neighborhoods, and developers we're selling land off for developers to build houses and not commercial. Mm-hmm. I feel like
So in the evolutionary cycle of a growing district, what we see is the housing come first. Yeah. And once you have a substantial amount of housing, now you see the commercial developments come.
But if we have, I don't know the right terminology, but if we have land that's zoned commercial and then we change it to residential, aren't we sort of shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit?
Not necessarily. The question is, what is the highest use of that land value? whether it's going to be residential or going to be commercial. The value of commercial is you get that value that you can use on the debt side of the equation, but you don't have to necessarily educate kids because no kids are coming out of that value.
And then on page 42 of the board book packet and 11 on your presentation about the preliminary bond capacity analysis. Explain the state funding assistance. We're not going to receive any state funding from the IFA or EDA. I got that. But we're going to get additional state fund for the homestead exemption, which is 100,000. You're talking about that part. That doesn't go into that. But only for the ones that are sold during certain years. So if that goes up to 140, or that is the thought that they will also supplement that or make us, hold us harmless for that?
So under Senate Bill 4, they have made the definition of what is eligible debt for this program, all debt that was sold and issued by August 1, 2025. In the last biennium, they basically said anything was eligible if you had a payment issued and sold and had a payment by August 31st, 2023. So currently your bonds sold pursuant to the 2023 bond program, none of those bonds qualify for this additional hold harmless funding assistance. There is a potential that they change the definition. During the last session, they started out sort of the same way. The Senate proposed this figure. Last time it was August or January 1st, 2023. And then when it got to the House, there was a negotiation and we ended up getting to August 31st, 2023. The same thing can happen this go around, which is why in visiting with Mr. Welch and Dr. Hollingsworth, this year when we go sell bonds, we need to be in position to actually sell bonds and have a small payment by August 31st. So if they change their definition, we get everything qualified that we can.
That's my question. So we need to do some planning there to take advantage or to make sure we're held harmless by that. Because it doesn't make any sense to me if that homestead exemption goes up and they do the M&O, but they don't do the INS, then how are you going to make your bond payment?
So the reality is I think the state got sticker shock when they went from 40 to 100. So in 2022-23, hold harmless statewide on the debt side was roughly 325 million in terms of what the state paid out. Last year, 23-24, which was the first year of the increase, it ballooned over to 900 million. And again, I think the state looked at that and said, well, wait a second, I'm spending a whole lot of money on debt that I did not think I was going to have to, which is why they are starting to, one of the provisions of Senate Bill 4 is they're going to look at your net bond payments. Before you do any prepayments, what is your net bond payment? And if your local revenue plus any state aid exceeds that minimum bond payment, they're going to start taking state funding away from you. This is their way to try to recoup some of that money and make it last.
Make it last for who? For them? So the other thing, I guess, regarding Senate Bill 4 is on page 13 of your presentation and 44 in the board book. It seems like we're going to have to, the last part about that, we would have to be calculating our best action to take because it seems it's going to be, like you pointed out, it's a combination of state aid, INS taxes, what you were just describing. Would there be some opportunity to do some planning there to get?
There is. It's going to now be a new annual calculation, assuming this gets passed, right? We're going to have to analyze what the district wants to maintain in the INS tax rate and decide, okay, can we prepay debt? If not, how much money do we actually, accelerate these new bond payments? So the reality is, given your existing debt authorization of 400 million, every year we're going to try to sell bonds to try to maximize what that bond payment is and how much state funding you get. That is going to certainly be a goal going forward. And unfortunately, the state is not making it easy in terms of what the calculations are.
We've been dealing with that for a while, haven't we?
Unfortunately.
I think that's it, Madam President. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you so much, and thank you again for being so gracious of staying for us. We appreciate it.
It's my pleasure. And again, congratulations. It's great to see these recognitions. School district is doing obviously very well. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. I'm glad you got to see some of them.
We appreciate it. Okay, so our next report, Dr. Hughes, sorry for the length of time you've been waiting, but she's here to talk about our special programs.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. Hollingsworth, and members of the board. It's my pleasure to present to you this evening the Special Programs Report. There we go. Thank you. So special programs, the Department of Special Programs encompasses section.
Hey, wait 1 second, Heather, because we're not seeing it yet on ours. All right, now we got it. Thank you.
Okay. We're ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. The Department of Special Programs encompasses section 504 and the special education intervention and support programs, including dyslexia and dysgraphia services. To serve approximately 6,500 students with disabilities, the special programs provides training, support, and direct services to all the campus 504 coordinators, 218 special education teachers, 251 classroom-based paraprofessionals. We have 129 certified professionals and related service providers such as speech-language pathologists, dyslexia therapists, diagnosticians, school psychologists, to name a few. We also have additional 51 support personnel, which includes IEP facilitators, specialty teachers like our teachers of the deaf, hard of hearing, teachers of the visually impaired, assistive technology specialists, behavior specialists, and behavior analysts. And our department leadership team includes an executive director, 1 director of special education, and 4 special programs coordinators. As a brief review, Section 504 is civil rights law that guarantees certain protections to people with disabilities. As a recipient of federal funds, we are required to provide needed accommodations and services to afford equal access for students with disabilities to educational programs and activities available to their non-disabled peers. It's important to note that Section 504 is an unfunded mandate for which the district does not receive any state or federal funding. In looking at the data, we currently serve 2,098 students through Section 504 plans. This includes 588 students at the elementary level, 594 students at the middle school level, 916 students at the high school level, and I provided a 2-year comparison here. And then next, there's a 5-year trend data that shows that it's been somewhat variable, and part of that can be attributed in part to in 22-23, we're required to provide all dyslexia and dysgraphia services under special education for students and develop an IEP. So there was a slight decline in the number of students that were previously being served under 504 and now being served through special education. So now I'll move on to the special education program that includes Child Find. That's the process of locating and evaluating children with disabilities within the district boundaries who may be in need of special education and related services. This includes children in daycares who are homeschooled and also private school. Once identified and determined eligible, the ARD committee, which includes the parent, determines the instructional services and supports that a child needs in order to implement the individualized education program. This special education program is also the only educational program that has annual compliance and audit requirements. And I'll review each of those. So regarding the Child Find, the initial evaluations, that refers again to the district's responsibility to locate all children who might be in need of special education and related services. There are specific eligibility criteria that the children must meet, and we have 13 disability categories currently.
For any students that we identify who may be deaf or hard of hearing or visually impaired, we co-treat or co-serve those children in the home beginning at birth. So as you can see by the trend data, the district continues to experience a very high volume of special education referrals, each requiring a comprehensive evaluation. Last year, the district completed 1,011 initial evaluations. This year to date, we've completed 663 initial evaluations, and we have 232 pending at the time of this report.
Those have to be cleared up by the end of the year, or how long do those pending usually say that?
So we have federal and state guidelines for timelines, and so we have 45 school days to complete an initial evaluation, and if it falls, depending on where it falls in the school year and depending on the age of the child. If the children are not yet 3, we have to have them evaluated prior to their 3rd birthday, and then for children that we get permission to evaluate, we have to have an IEP in place when school starts. So each evaluation takes approximately 20 hours to complete by a multidisciplinary team of licensed professionals. That includes school psychologists, diagnosticians, and speech language pathologists and other specialists depending on the needs of the child. The evaluation process includes a records review, interviews with stakeholders, the administration of standardized assessments, and the preparation of a comprehensive evaluation report. So the cost of conducting each evaluation is approximately $1,500 to $2,000 per student, again, for which the district does not receive any additional funding. And these evaluation numbers are for initial evaluations, but do not include the number of evaluations that the district completes as part of the required 3-year evaluation for reevaluations for some students or for special requests by ARD committees.
So if these evaluations are done on a child that's not currently attending school, would any of these child find? Like you said, when they were born, we go into their home if allowed at birth?
Yes, sir. So we have our child find obligation is literally to any child in the district who may be in need of services. So it's children may be prior to school age, we're required to evaluate. If they are younger than age 3, then our early childhood intervention evaluates and provides some services, but prior to their 3rd birthday, if we know that they're coming, then we coordinate with early childhood intervention and we have to have the evaluation completed, and if they're eligible, the plan is in place by age 3. And then other students may be attending, so we're required to evaluate any students in homeschool, any students in private school. The private school, it's twofold. Either where the private school is located, we have to evaluate those children, or if they live in the district and they attend a private school outside of the district, the parent gets to pick which school district they want to evaluate their child.
And it's all unfunded, even at that age?
Yes, sir. We don't receive any additional funding, state or federal funding, specifically to conduct evaluations. So the increase in the number of evaluations conducted also results in a significant increase in the number of students served. A review of the 5-year trend data reflects this notable increase. So currently 18.2% of the district's total student population are served in special education with an IEP, and this reflects approximately an 11% increase since 2021. The increase includes students identified through child find evaluations, but also includes students who may be moving into the district from out of state or from surrounding districts. It also includes the number of students, like we said, that also transferred from or were evaluated and then determined eligible who have dyslexia or dysgraphia, who may have been served previously under 504. So at the time of this report, there were 4,365 students identified, and this is an increase of 141 students since our October snapshot in October, which is 4,224. And I think also contributing to the increase is that we're seeing there's not more families are not accessing early intervention services. The early intervention services are actually, they have to apply for those services. So a lot of families are not, we're seeing a lot of children that at one point might have received early intervention who are not receiving early intervention. And then wait lists for agency services are multiple years. And so the burden falls to the school district to make sure that the.
Well, and the funding for
evaluations
ECIs, they've cut that as well, haven't they?
Yes, so ECI, early childhood intervention is actually, so the federal law has two parts. It has Part B, which is public school 3 to 21, and then Part C is birth up to age 3. And so the federal funding on we call that Part C. The federal funding on Part C has also declined, just as we've seen the federal funding for Part B decline in public schools. So next, you'll see the breakdown from the October snapshot of the data by disability categories that are most prevalent in the district. You'll see that specific learning disability, autism, and speech continue to be the highest category of disability for the number of children served in the district, followed by other health impairment, intellectual disability, and emotional disability. These prevalence rates also have significant implications for special ed programming and has an impact on class sizes as well as resource allocation. It's interesting to note that another factor contributing to student growth, as I mentioned briefly, is the high number of students moving into the school district from out of state and surrounding districts who require specialized classes. And this further contributes to challenges in maintaining, effective or lower class sizes and training and safety. So from August to March, we added 115 students to specialized classes just from students moving into the district. And then additionally, once we have children with an IEP who their needs, once we've identified their needs, and they may require specialized classes, so we've added an additional 48 students to specialized classes based upon the recommendation of a student's ARD committee, resulting in an increase to our specialized classes since the beginning of the year of 163 students.
How many separate classrooms is that? Do you know? Or vary by school or?
Yes, sir. So we work with facilities and also the campus principals, and we try to make sure that we have representative support programs available to help with transportation costs and those types of things. So we currently have 95 specialized classes across the district at each level. So we have some more specialized classes that we don't have as many of depending on the needs of the kids, but we have specialized classes on every campus.
They could be different sizes, I guess, depending on the need of the class.
Yes, sir, and we try to balance the class sizes. So within a geographical region, we'll have representation of the programs, and we look at the needs of the child as well as the ages of the grade levels of the students in there. So we don't have kindergartners with needs, and with maybe the older kids, fifth graders, fourth and fifth graders that may have more significant needs. So we try to balance class sizes, the needs of the student, their grades, and then implementation of their IEP, in addition to the making sure that we don't overwhelm any one campus with too many programs. So we try to make sure that we balance those needs as well.
The huge puzzle piece, lots of moving parts.
I just wonder what the capacity was. Did that get Cleet's attention? No.
Can I get you to go back one slide?
Yes, sir.
I'm sort of hung up on that one.
This one?
Yeah, the move-in, yeah.
Yes.
So the 115 move-ins that require specialized classes, is that proportionate? So if you take the number of total move-ins from August to March, is it still around 18%? I think the 115 that need specialized classes of our move-ins seems high.
Yes, it is high.
It
is very high, and it's not consistent with our neighbors, with our surrounding neighbors, so.
Are parents bringing their kids here because we serve them better, or, I mean, what would cause
I think
a higher proportion of?
Sure, I think being in a rapid growth district, and we have the housing available, and we have the resources, I think that is one.
But Mr. Franklin, to your question, make no mistake that, it's a tight-knit community, and absolutely, the parents do talk to one another.
Right.
and they communicate about, their experiences. And it is a reflection on the good job that our folks do in serving all children. And so, yeah, they share. Hey, Eagle Mountain Saginaw is a good place to be, whether you're gen ed or special needs.
Yes, our students are served,
Yeah.
no matter, and it's hard, but our students are served. And you can look around other districts and listen to other board meetings, and you'll see the difference. So.
It's true.
Move back ahead here. Okay, I just want to highlight for just a moment, I had mentioned the dyslexia. So we continue to serve some students with dyslexia if they only require accommodations, but if they require direct intervention through a program, they are served through special education. And so we currently have identified 2,240 students in the district with dyslexia or related disorders, of which 1,279 receive direct intervention services and 961 receive accommodations through their Section 504 plan. So, and in the midst of all of this, we have requirements for compliance, and in spite of the unprecedented growth, the district met state accountability requirements for the special ed program at the state level, and federal requirements 100% on state performance plan indicators 11, 12, and 13, which exceeded both the region and state rates. There are a total of 18 performance indicators on the state's performance plan, and data for 16 of the 18 indicators are actually obtained or retrieved through the district PEMS data system, as well as data entered through the Texas student data system. So indicators 11, 12, and 13 are reported and monitored by the state at the local level because they are 100% compliance indicators. So I want to highlight some of the special, some of the wonderful things, not only program growth, but building capacity through training and resources supported by TEA. We completed the TEA of the dyslexia grant and the autism grant that allowed us to provide some training and resources to teachers and students. Parents have also participated in information sessions about special education process, child development, dyslexia, and communication strategies. We are increasing through our AIMS 18+ program, increasing community access and paid employment opportunities for students in the community. So we have some of our graduates from our AIMS program are transitioning or graduating, and they have jobs secured. So they're moving into paid employment. And then finally, in partnership with the Texas Workforce Solution, the transition specialists have worked very hard for 23 students to enroll in the Summer Earn and Learn program for this summer. And so the Summer Earn and Learn program provides students with disabilities ages 14 to 22 with work readiness training and paid work experience.
Is this a volunteer? Did those 23 volunteer, or were they recruited out of the program to participate?
So they apply with Texas Workforce Solutions. So our transition specialists work with the families to notify them of this opportunity, and then the children apply for the program. So that concludes the summary report for special programs. On behalf of my department, the team, and the 6,000+ students that we serve, I want to thank you for your support and for committing the resources necessary for meeting all of these student needs. So I'm happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Questions? Well, Heather, please thank you for this great report, and please thank all your staff and faculty and students. Everybody, paras, oh my goodness, thank goodness for those paras that help. Couldn't do it without them. So thank you for all you do, and please let them know the board appreciates everything that y'all do for these kids.
I will do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Behringer, you're up to talk about amendments to the instructional school calendar.
Isn't this the second year in a row we've amended the school calendar?
This one saves money.
True.
Wasn't here.
It is. We had a mistake last year. I know.
Yeah, we have to take a break in a little bit.
Mr. Murdock, do you have the one with the calendar? What we're trying to. Let's try. Madam President, Dr. Hollingsworth, members of our esteemed board, Mr. Newcomb.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for being here this evening.
Reminding you of that.
God bless you. As you heard earlier from Mr. Welch, some of the feedback and the information that we received from the FIT committee was in reference to the ADA and the belief that that has to be a top priority for us to be able to help with some of our financial constraints. So that being the case, we went back and we looked at the data of our ADA. Specifically, we wanted to review how much of an impact we have on the half days. When we looked at that information, not only is it considerably lower, in some cases, 5 to 10 percentage points from the other days. We noticed that we're trending over the course of the last 3 years down. And so looking at that information, understanding that those half days have a negative impact on our budget. And so one of the things that I would like to propose from that information and looking at the data is an amendment to our 25-26 instructional calendar, specifically converting 4 of the 6 half student days to full student holidays. Those being September the 26th, November the 7th, February 13th, and then March the 13th. Again, this was a top priority from the FIT committee. And so receiving that feedback and that input from FIT, we wanted to go back and make sure that we had some data to be able to warrant such a suggested proposal to the board this evening. And so what we would look at and what we would use those student holidays for is we would have PLC internalization, or lesson internalization, which we would use in conjunction with our new curriculum. Professional learning, and then also direction that we receive from the school board has been to ensure that we give our teachers time to be able to work in their classroom. And so there would not be a specific calendar or order that those would happen. But for those 4 days, we would utilize them for those 3 things to take place. So still having the teacher work time in their classroom, professional learning, and then the third would be for PLC and instructional internalization. And I will accept any questions you may have at this time.
And with these, I'm pretty sure if I looked at it right, we're still well above our minutes, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
For the school year.
Yes, ma'am. The high school, which I think had the fewest, would still be at 6.8 days. And then it goes from there on top of the days that we have built into the calendar.
Great, thank you.
What was the date in October that you mentioned? You mentioned
No,
4
it
days.
was September 26th, November.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
November the 7th.
Okay, that was the one I missed.
Do we have a communication plan in place since this will be coming out after?
Yes, ma'am. Other questions?
Do we want to know what the communication plan, would you like the communication
I
plan?
don't need all the details since we're running really long. I just want to make sure we have a good way to communicate this out, broad spectrum, so that all of our parents and students are aware.
We will work with Ms. Overman to ensure that it's sent out very clearly to families, and then also we'll use all of our social media, et cetera, to make sure that we
And the
use the pretty
timeline.
graphics.
Yeah, the timeline for that is tomorrow. The plan is for that information to come out.
First thing in the morning.
Great. Thank you very much. So that completes the Education Services report. Now we'll go to Human Resources. And the first one is the campus staffing report, Mr. Mogan and Dr. Curran.
Good evening, President Halbert, Dr. Halsworth, and members of the board. We're excited to bring to you the 25-26 staffing report for your viewing. We want to leave everyone on the edge of their seat, right? Okay, we're good. So we're going to begin with this elementary staffing items to consider. TEA does have a class size limit. It's 22-1 in pre-K through 4th grade. So anytime that we do exceed the 22-1 ratio, we do have to submit information to the state that requests a class size waiver. This is an example of when we would need to submit that. So if we had, in the highlighted right here in 2nd grade, even one of those 6 classes that went over the 22-1 ratio and now has 23 students, we'd submit the report to TEA. And the thing about the waivers is that once a class gets a waiver, they may or may not need that waiver. We know that enrollment is fluid, so as soon as we do need the waiver for a 23-1 or a 24-1, a student could easily unenroll in that class, bringing them back down to the 22-1. So the waiver is always going to be in place. It doesn't go away, even if the student does move back out or a student moves and brings it back down to 22-1. So I wanted to provide you with an example of why we would need one waiver, and it would just be with that classroom at that campus and that grade level that does need the waiver. It wouldn't cover the whole grade level, just that specific classroom. So just to remind you, this year, 24-25, we have staffed pre-K to 4 at 24-1. 5th grade is 26-1, and this is the staffing that we're bringing to you for 25-26. We've heard clearly and consistently from our FIT team, from our teachers, our community members and parents, that they are wanting a 22-1 ratio back in the classroom for pre-K to 4. And then we would leave 5th grade at 26-1 because, again, there's no TEA cap on 5th grade. It's just pre-K through 4. So looking at our staffing report for you, to bring the 22-1 ratio back pre-K to 4, we would need to unfreeze and fund 33 FTEs. The 33 FTEs that we have are currently board approved, but like Mr. Welch mentioned earlier in his report, the funding was removed, so we would have to supply the $79,000 per FTE that we are putting back in place. And so you'll see your total down at the bottom for funding for 33 FTEs is $2,607,000.
And good evening as well. I'm going to talk a little bit about the secondary staffing items to consider. And I wanted to point out on the previous slide from Dr. Curran that we're sharing frozen FTEs to assist with the elementary numbers that they need to get down for the ratio to 22-1. It would still leave secondary, even though we're sharing with plenty of frozen positions if we should need them throughout the school year. For any kind of staffing needs, we still have plenty of frozen positions if we need to come back and address any staffing needs.
How many is plenty?
20.
20?
Yes, sir. 20. For the secondary staffing, we've had conversations. Mr. Behringer and I met with all the secondary principals back in January and February, as we have each year, to assess their staffing needs, how the year's gone, and what they're forecasting as staffing needs for 25 and 26. The biggest thing we would like to bring forward, as we mentioned at the budget workshop, was to try to move the overall class size ratio back down from 30-1 to 27-1. That is a huge driver for us for this staffing season. And then bringing in Cardonics to help with the analysis of the campus staffing needs, which has been a huge help and assistance, and we continue to think they will as we go forward into the spring. And their reconciliation of the student course requests for 25-26 and how they can clean up some of the efficiencies in master scheduling. Our proposal to bring to you, as we also discussed in the workshop and from the FIT committee feedback and meeting with you in the budget workshop previously, is to use internal transfers and, as we just mentioned, unfreezing of FTEs to address the campus staffing needs. I will say at the secondary level, as you'll see here in a minute, the only unfreezing we'll need will be to address staffing out Eagle Mountain High School. And then just a note, we're going to bring more information to you for April, but there's a possible adjustment that we'd like to discuss further for your consideration of the high school bell schedule, which would include lunches and start and end times. So I just wanted to bring that for you for more information later.
Okay.
So we're going to look quickly at
Well,
the.
let me make a note about that real quick. Just so y'all know, one of the things that we've looked at as we're talking about adjusting our schedules, there's some room there. We have a really late start time, as y'all know, and really late into the day. And so, and we have ample time between our bus routes. So there's some room there to compact that and probably adjust them to where they're a little bit earlier. And that would, a lot of feedback I've already received, that would probably be a welcome change. And so that's something we are looking at. We feel like this is the time to have those conversations, but we'll bring that to y'all in April, should we decide to make some of those changes.
Bus routes were the driving force for the staggered.
Correct. Yeah, and you do need time. You have to have time on a triple tier, on a double tier route system. You have to have time between. I don't know that we need as much time as we have. We have a wealth of time. And so that's something where we could probably compact that and help families and extracurricular activities, the whole 9 yards. And we have a lot of extracurricular participation, which is a wonderful thing in our school district, but that means kids miss a lot more class because in the afternoon. So those are some reasons that we might want to look at that.
So we'll go through our elementary staffing report. You'll find that on page 87 in your board book. And I do want to hit a couple of the highlights just to explain a little bit. So let's start with Chisholm Ridge, for example. In the bottom right-hand corner, you will see a 1 in a green box. This campus is growing by 2 staff members, 1 in kindergarten, 1 in first grade. However, in second grade, there is a reduction you'll see with the red -1. Your -1 is going to take care of either one of those grade levels where they are growing by 1 staff member. So anytime you see one of the green boxes, you know that they are going to grow by a staff member.
Can I ask you a question just about in general? So
of course,
when you brought the current enrollment and column over to the demographic projections, so to speak, I noticed that, the numbers went up or down 1 or 2.
Sure.
But if we already have 98 kids in 3rd grade and we're saying there's only going to be 96 in 4th grade the next year, is that, I know the demographer said that,
Sure.
but rely on that to set these class sizes. Wouldn't it be more accurate to rely on how many kids are in 3rd grade that would be going to 4th grade?
It could be that. Of course, the demographer's projections are just what we use as our baseline. That's our most foundational baseline. But we also always take into consideration the actuals, which is the current enrollment. So what you're seeing in the purple on the left side, that's the current enrollment as of March 4th.
Right.
So that is one of the things that we're going to always keep an eye on throughout the process. But we just start building our staffing based on the demographer's report. One of the things that we have to be able to be adjustable for is as we open the window for parents to re-enroll students for next year, we're also very cognizant of understanding what those numbers are, those real live numbers, as the parents enroll and students come in. The summertime is very telling as far as when parents do re-enroll. The numbers can be a little bit deceiving because as a former campus principal, parents aren't looking to re-enroll their student or finish the re-enrollment process until later towards the end of July, beginning of August, which can create a little bit of an unfortunate situation when you're trying to base accurate staffing. But what we do know is the kids, they do show up, they do come here, but we're also ready to make moves and make adjustments based on the actual needs of the students the closer that we get to school. Because
The only reason I'm asking is because you're asking us to approve 33 positions later on tonight.
Sure.
And I want to make sure that, one, that's enough. that we're not going to be right back up here asking for waivers again next year, which I know you don't want to do. But also just to make sure we're using demographer numbers. And I'm just curious if that's the best way for you to tell how many people are going to be in and out of the classes, if we know a class size is different from the year before.
Sure. And that's one of.
Mr. Newcomb, the demographer, they look at several things, but they look at each grade level and school historically, because we might have gained 2,500 new students, but we lost over 2,100. So there's a big churn in there. They take the 3-year average of each grade level, because some grade levels in some schools, just like to your point, there may be 98 kids, but the historically over the last 3 years, the next grade level, there may be 92, just because of movement, or they may grow. So that's one of the things that bothers us.
That didn't really bother me, except for when I'm going to be approving 33, FTEs. Then it makes a lot of difference. Those 5 or 6 kids could mean that we need another teacher to get it down below 22-1. So, I mean, if that's the way you've done it and that's the way it's worked for us, then okay. I was just curious about the difference between the current enrollment and the demographer's projection by the grades.
I had the same question. And a lot of places it didn't really affect the number to where
Right.
there were a few places like Remington Point was one where if you looked at from 4th grade to 5th grade, we have 77 general section, 4th grader, and then we're going to drop down to 56, for example. I mean, it wasn't the same pattern that we saw on the other campuses. There were just a few anomalies. So you're saying the anomalies come from historically, there's a big drop at that campus every year between 4th and 5th?
With the high schools, and you saw that. So we're running that, our 3-year average is going lower than.
Just that one grade level every year. Okay. So, I mean, and there were a couple places, so I didn't see it everywhere, but there were 2 or 3 places where I saw it might affect your number.
It could.
So you have your eyes on those then?
Yes, we always have eyes on those because there's a lot of uncontrollable variables, unfortunately, but one of the most predictable things that we can use is the historical perspective as well as the demographer report. We're always prepared, and the principals always know that there are going to be times where we may have to make some minor adjustments the closer we get to school starting. As a campus administrator at the elementary campuses for 13 years, it's just something that we know could happen. It doesn't happen often. We don't want to have to make any last minute adjustments that significantly impact a teacher moving campuses and classes having to break apart. So we are diligent to watch our numbers, especially throughout the course of the number as students start to re-enroll. We have new enrollment. We have the housing going up and people moving in, people moving out. So we're always keeping our thumb on that.
I think that'll be important as and this is just me, so chime in here, board. I just as soon as have a couple extra teachers as a couple of short teachers. I mean, if you've got some that are close, I would rather start off so we're not coming back for waivers. I mean, we're going to spend the fund balance and let's spend it and let's get the classroom sizes where we need them.
Agree.
And I know it's hard to add a teacher when you've already started school and all of a sudden now you got 24 kids in the class and you have to hire another teacher. I know that's really bad.
Late in the year to.
Right, and late. So let's get them ahead.
How close are these usually? I mean, because we see this report, but I don't know that we've ever seen an audit of this report to see exactly how closely that matched up to how we've placed additional teachers on campuses. So that might be interesting to see.
I actually started that report from 22-23 to 23-24 to see what the accuracy of the demographers' projections were, because in this new role, I didn't think about that. I didn't have the data. I was focused on my campus, wherever I was at, but that would be something that I would like to see through and finish, is to look at, maybe see how accurate the demographers' projections were. And I think that's going to give us some really good insight for how we want to staff in the future. But what I do know is that we want to preserve the integrity of the 22-1 and to be able to honor that commitment that we're making to our teachers and to our students. So we'll be prepared to make changes and adjustments as needed so that we can honor our 22-1.
And the campuses that went up several teachers, I guess is 4 the largest number that it goes up? Parkview and Bryson went up 5. I guess we have classrooms, Cleet?
That's our next step once the board
Find
takes
somewhere to put
actions
them?
on this, that we got to look at how many teachers, for regular ed, we have some potential special ed staffing and additional pre-K. And then look at any, it becomes a big puzzle.
Another puzzle.
I just heard Cleet say he just built another classroom.
Yeah. At about 5 campuses. So once this is moving forward, that there's gonna be, I mean, there's no use hiring 5 teachers at Bryson if we got 2 classrooms.
Becomes more and more challenging.
But we
Fair-
haven't done that piece yet?
Fair enough.
We haven't seen that we have classrooms for the number of teachers that we're proposing. Seems like
We're
we
working
wanna do
with
that.
Mr. Welch to be sure that we're utilizing all of our classroom spaces to be sure that they are used for classroom instruction. Right now, we may have a literacy interventionist and a math interventionist that share a classroom together. That might be a situation where we would need to relocate the math and reading interventionist and use that for a classroom. So it's really taking inventory of how we're using our current classrooms. If we have shared spaces for tier 2 and 3 intervention versus having to remove that and find an alternative for those employees so that we can use this for a growth classroom or a space.
Well, I can just tell you as a principal too, it looks different on every campus. You know, the situation in terms of how it is that you're using the space that you have. We do know, because we looked at this, and I know we've had considerable conversation about it since I've been here, we do know that we have capacity at the campuses where we're adding the teachers. It's just, to Dr. Kern's point, it's how we're using the classrooms right now. And usually principals, we can get creative and we can figure out ways to make that happen.
There's that capacity word. Well, you can tell you were a elementary principal by that response. So the principals will be turned to and say, okay, we're getting you 4 more teachers, work together and find a place to put them.
There are worse things that principals hear.
I bet so, yes.
Yes, indeed.
The principals
Yeah.
would ensure that there will be a place if they are honored with more.
Give up their office.
And they will agree that it's for a good cause.
100%.
Yeah, I agree.
So just moving along very briefly, you will see a couple other places where it might be 0. That means if they are losing a staff member in a grade level, then that can be absorbed somewhere within the classroom. And then you'll only see these 2 campuses right here, Lake Point and Northbrook, where they are still slated to lose 1 staff member. But not to say that staff member is going to have to leave that campus, because we're already getting some resignations and retirements where that 1 staff member could be reabsorbed back into the campus somewhere if they're credentialed to do so. So just a brief look at the end, that we ultimately have 35 positions that we are looking at adding. However, with the -2 from Lake Point and Northbrook, that we would only need 33 of those, as it was stated earlier. And then we just have a handful of campuses that they'll take care of themselves through absorbing those other teammates to be able to stay at their campus. Were there any questions I could answer about elementary?
I have another quick one. Is there a difference in a K-1 classroom? I mean, don't we build them a little different for the younger kids?
As far as the physical structures,
Yeah.
typically in a kindergarten classroom, they will have a restroom.
Restroom in the middle or whatever?
Yes.
Is that the only one, just K, just kindergarten?
Yes, sir. Unless you have some strange number where you might be able to get some first grade classrooms that also have a restroom, but most typically, you're going to find just the kindergarten restrooms.
Thank you.
In the classrooms, of course.
And for middle school and high school, you have a breakdown of each of the 6 middle schools, and the main summary for each of those is that we're going to be able to staff those schools with internally. So I gave the example at the board workshop between School A and School B, and those apply both to the middle school and high school, with the exception of Eagle Mountain High School, which will finish staffing out. If a campus, based on the analysis and working with the principal and Cardonics, is they're +1, they're overstaffed in a core content area like English, and another middle school is understaffed by 1, we're going to be able to balance that out, kind of like a teeter-totter or a seesaw, if you will. And there'll be like a mini kind of transfer period where I'll work with, along with Mr. Behringer, working with those campus principals to get the staff balanced out. It could be a vacancy. It could be working with those principals to identify which English teacher would go over and best suit the needs. Same with math, English, social studies, so on and so forth, working with those principals to make sure we get the staffing needs addressed appropriately. And so that information will be coming over the next several weeks beyond tonight. And so there would be no new FTEs that we need to request from the board. We can handle that internally, both at the high school and the middle school levels.
Questions?
And then the only thing I would add would be Eagle Mountain High School will proposing for your review to unfreeze 7 positions that were frozen last year. Your board approved them last year. They were not needed to move forward to open up the high school, but we're proposing to unfreeze those to finish staffing them out in addition to balancing out internally the staffing to finish.
Go to that next slide,
That
Chris,
next
please.
slide.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's all right. There you go.
Yes, to unfreeze those positions to finish staffing out Eagle Mountain High School. So those would be the request to unfreeze those positions. Those are only 7 at the secondary level.
Are those 7 of your 20?
No, those are separate from the 20. Everything I'm talking about, Eagle Mountain's its own separate stash.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Think we're gonna have any problem finding 40 teachers? Are we concerned about this or?
That's the next report, I think. I'm just kidding.
This is why we're coming to you now.
If we were trying to do it in June, yes, sir. But, starting, prime time for hiring is April and early May, so.
Maybe coming from neighboring
I'm
districts.
sorry.
Prime time for hiring is April and early May, and so that's one of the reasons that we're coming to y'all right now. Huge celebration in here is the middle school staffing. We're going to balance entirely with our existing staff. That's with growth figured in. Same thing for our high school. Our 3 existing our 3 existing high schools, we were able to balance staff entirely. You're only adding for that senior class addition, where you're adding a counselor and some of those other positions like that at Eagle Mountain High School. Plus, we're able to take those frozen positions and move those over for elementary purposes as well. So that's a lot of really good work that our HR team, working with our principals, that they've already done. So I'm really, really proud of that work.
Awesome. Thank you so very much for all your hard work. Please let everyone else know how much we appreciate you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Gamal for additional staffing report.
Good evening, President Tolbert, Dr. Hollingsworth, Board of Trustees. Similar to my team that just went over the general education teachers, we also do what's called additional staffing. So this staffing involves positions that are not your general education teachers. These are some of the support positions, the operations maintenance positions, the child nutrition, the custodians. So this process starts very similar to campus staffing, where I will meet with all of the department heads. But before I ever get to the department heads, I start with the budget office. So shout out to Doug Kittinger and Rob and Jane, because they set very clear parameters that you saw in his presentation earlier. We have this much that we expect to spend in additional sped staffing, additional allotments, and finishing out Eagle Mountain High School. Following that meeting, I go around and I meet with all of the department heads, ed services, operations, communications, police department. With additional staffing, it really takes a lot of collaboration and teamwork. So shout out to all of those people, because no one ever gets everything that they need. What you're seeing tonight is a lot of leaders working together to collaborate and set priorities for what is most important that we can't do without. So there are a few priorities. Number 1, Eagle Mountain High School. We need to finish out and get ready for their senior class. So they have additional custodians, they have additional child nutrition. There are some positions that you approved for Eagle Mountain High School last year, but we did not fund them as part of cost savings. So now they need their librarian, they need their counselor. So some of what you see for Eagle Mountain is how we finish out that senior class. Our second priority, you just heard earlier from Dr. Hughes, is special programs. The numbers there are increasing rapidly. What she would tell you is what you have in this report is not everything she needs. It is setting some very hard priorities of what we just can't do without to get started for next year. Following that, what you probably don't know is operations for the past 3 or 4 years has gone without any additional staff to help us with cost savings, even though we opened this building, even though we opened Eagle Mountain High School, even though we have expanded the square footage in buildings that need to be cleaned and maintained, they have sacrificed and stretched their staff. And this year, we really need to make that a priority. Well, this is all possible because of the work of the FIT committee. All of the cost avoidance that was done and the teams working together to move staff around the district have allowed us to add some additional staff to that department. And then finally, Ed Services continues to make sacrifices, but they have allotments that they can use, like early childhood and bilingual, to get some of the additional staff they need. So the only real addition in Ed Services is we're going to support our elementary schools, who, as you just heard tonight, have a lot of change coming. So we are looking at adding some additional leadership support there to help with intervention, to help with Tier 1 instruction, and support those principals there. So we had cost parameters. We stayed within those parameters, but it took a lot of work of a lot of individuals basically deciding and setting priorities of what we absolutely needed to open up the 25-26 school year. So that's the report you see today. I will have this as an action item because some of these are new FTEs. Anything that has a number next to it is new. If it has a 0 next to it, we're just asking to unfreeze them. And I'll be happy to entertain any questions as well.
Too many zeros. The question I have is, we had some central admin office people that took other positions at our request graciously. Are any of these positions going to any of these additions going to free up any of those?
Yes,
I
sir.
see some central administration, so would we perhaps be hiring some of our?
Yes, we have 12 people that took other positions for us. We are able to bring back 2. One of those is the actual coordinator of health services that is currently serving as the nurse at Eagle Mountain High School. The other is our director of MTSS intervention. We're changing that title to elementary services because she'll have more to do when she gets back, but she's currently serving as the principal at Dozier Elementary.
Okay. Thank you. Glad to hear that.
Me too. I wish I could have got all 12. Yes.
Any other questions?
And these are in the numbers that Rob has been presenting to us at the
Yes, they are. It was really a lot of work to stay within those parameters, but we all did it together. I'm presenting, but there have been a lot of meetings, a lot of talks, a lot of sacrifice on the part of everybody in this room, so.
Well, we did the cuts last year, this year, when we cut 100 out of central admin.
Yes, we did.
And so I don't know, it doesn't look like, I don't see many central admin on campus specific.
That is still the priority. We are still prioritizing taking care of the campus. So central office, this is what I mean. This is still a sacrifice. Central office is still doing more with less. That has not changed. Adding the new curriculum, providing more support for special programs, finishing out Eagle Mountain, those are the priorities. But there's still, I could ask every department head to come in here and tell you what they didn't get, that they feel that they need, but we had to stay within the budget parameters.
One of the things that we asked folks to do is to bring things that we must prioritize to go ahead and put on, post so that we can begin the hiring process now. But we're still hopeful that the state may come through for us, in a bigger, better way than some of the proposals we've heard. And if that were to be the case, that we would find ourselves in a better position, potentially, to be able to even add a few additional positions, but that would be something we would finalize later.
Well, yes, and it's important to know, I personally met with every single one of those individuals that still work for us. And we started our staffing with that discussion. So if that happens, and there are ways to fill back out some of these teams, that's where we're starting. But we just don't know yet, so we have to wait.
What, quick question I noticed on Eagle Mountain High School, like it's got anatomy and physiology funding from CTE.
Yes, there are some CTE classes that will actually bring in weighted funding for the district and will actually fund themselves. Some of the courses will do that, some of them will not. So if you find it in the other funding source column, those are CTE courses that will actually bring in weighted funding and fund themselves. And then there are others that will not.
CTE.
Yes. And then there are others that won't. So we do have one on here for Eagle Mountain High School that will not. And it just depends on the content of the course.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mel, we appreciate it. Are we needing a break or do, okay, that's what I thought. So can we take a 5-minute break, please? We'll go operations and then go into action items. So just a 5-minute quick break if anybody needs it. Operations report, always a construction update.
Yeah, we have about 3 things tonight operationally. The first one would be the construction update. Start with Wayside Middle School. And so the new drone they have is very nice. It's got a better lens on it. So it caught a good morning sunrise. You see a lot of the ICF, the roof, and drives.
Parking lots.
There's another good aerial. These are the academic areas, the 3 main academic areas. And you can see the ICF construction. You can also see some steel that is also progressing on the north side of the building. So this is in the back. So if you look at the middle picture, that's the long drive that will connect to Bailey Boswell. That'll be the main parent pickup in the afternoon. That's where we're going to stack all the cars. So they'll be double stacked and they'll be off the roads. There's plenty of room there to handle that. And they'll just circle back around to the front. So, but you can see the workers working and it kind of shows you, I didn't really realize how long that is, but it is a long drive.
Awesome. Road.
Some more ICF, they're just pouring concrete. They got the pump trucks and folks working on scaffolds, things of that nature. So this is really the first time that we've shown the steel. You got the columns, you got the beams. So they're doing a lot of good work on that. Roof on the locker room areas and the gyms. The one on the far right, that is the concrete on the roof. That's for the storm shelter. And then you've got some insulation on the other ones, the locker rooms and the competition, or the competition gym. That's the one in the middle. CMU block continues in the fine arts area, and also in the hallway, you see some steel being welded on the columns. This is just real up close CMU work in the locker room. You know, it's just pretty tedious when you get in there, all the plumbing and all the walls that you have to support the area. All right, this is, again, in that back area. It's in the weight room, but you see the overhead ducts. That's your HVAC work. So that's the part that we're going to have to eventually, when we get in the academic area, we're going to have to put another crew on this job to expedite that. That's where we're going to have to catch up. So it was good to see that they're already starting on this project. This area, waterproofing, that's on the gym areas, just on the CMU block. I think that's all the pictures I have for this one. I've got some other things.
Back to that, on that drive, is that just orientation? I guess between there and the houses, what, to the east, is that where the fields will go?
Yes, it'll be to the east.
Down where they were before.
It's pretty close, the drive is pretty close to where the buses come in now. I mean, with close.
Like that drive continued almost.
But we've got to, I mean, but before we can put the complete drive in, we've got to knock down the cafeteria. We've got to bait it because it smooths over for what you just mentioned, the football field. And we could probably moisture condition 60% of it, but we couldn't do the other because we got to have that fire lane until school's out. So that's the challenge with when you're sharing on a site on this like that. But and these pictures are 20 days old. So if you've driven by recently, we've progressed.
Amazing.
So
Every time I go to Chick-fil-A, I'm shocked at how much more there's been.
Have some other updates here on projects. The Eagle Mountain High School, again, it's the same thing I've been mentioning to y'all the last couple of months. But I did want to bring up that the large curtain wall in the athletic area by the weight room, we had that big wind event, and so there was some deflection. That is a very large glass. The wind's going to catch it. And of course, it's designed to handle it, and so, but we're still really, if you saw the video, it would make you really want to look into it a little bit, and that's what we're doing. And of course, what I figured, I mean, it's designed how it's supposed to be designed by one company looking at it. Another company that installed it, they said they did it correctly. But Core is going to verify that worked. They're going to hire a third-party independent curtain wall expert, and we're going to check the specifications and make sure it was installed correctly. And
where is it?
It's the glass
weight room.
Weight room.
Okay.
Yeah, it's designed to deflect an inch, up to an inch, almost inch and a half when it gets up 120 mile an hour winds. I can't hold it for very long at 120, but that's what it's designed to do. So I don't think we experienced 120 mile an hour winds, but the sound of the deflection was not, it's kind of unnerving. So we want to make sure we run that down. And if it comes to it, there's something that we need to do to beef it up. So we're looking into that, just to kind of do our due diligence, make sure we're good there. The YMCA, I met with them, and we're still waiting, but they're going to have to do work with the architect still on how much they can actually put down. And so I got a meeting in the next week or so with them to get their next update.
We even have a ballpark on a completion of that. They're doing the pool part first, right?
Right,
that was their plan.
That's about all they're going to do.
Yeah, that's about all they can do.
Yeah. And they have any, I mean, is it 2 years? Is it a year type?
Well, the pool, we planned on doing that this summer. I mean, it was getting close, but it's just how much, I think really what's going to come down to is how much locker room space can be built with the bunnies.
So they could do that this summer and it'd be ready for next year for use? Yeah, that's what I was,
Yeah, it'd be if we start next summer, maybe by the end of the following summer.
Okay.
Would be my guess. I don't have much. Next month, we're going to talk about Saginaw High School renovations. We're going to go in depth with that and have a little kind of not schematic design, but just what it possibly would look like. So we'll go in more depth next month on that. Stephen G. Newcomb Middle School, I take it as good news. It wasn't bad news. So the duration with the water in the sewer, the contract's going to be for a certain amount of days, which turns into how many months, how many days, weeks. And that's really, but what we need them to get to is get through the easement or eminent domain, however they have to go through. Because that's where I would say that's where the flex space is. Because you got to plan for it, but they're not going to start and let the contract out until they have the easements to move forward. So the big one that was needed, there's several landowners, but the big one of that is TxDOT. So that means that's taking some portion of a road, but it's the quickest and it would be the easiest. So city folks met with TxDOT engineers, and they've not said no, and that's been about 2.5 weeks. So we're just holding on that maybe that they can work that out and work together as government entities. So.
Well, and I'll just, Cleet's working really hard with our county officials, city officials. I mean, we're doing everything we can possibly do to keep that project on time. So I appreciate it very much.
And for some reason, if it makes it to the fall and gets put out, then what we'll do is we'll just see kind of like Eagle Mountain High School. How many days are they gonna have in that contract? And how far can we go before the last day before we need water in construction? And that's when we start. Try to just keep pushing and have a date that
For either location, for Peden or at the high school?
Yeah.
Okay. And if one, or if you even know if one might be available before the other one, or?
Right. It's got its own unique issues because it needs such road infrastructure and bridge infrastructure. So that's its challenge. Still needs water, but we could get sewer quicker. We could get to it. One of them.
Yeah.
But you still need the water. So it kind of work hand in hand. So. Okay, Saginaw Elementary, we're still in the early phases. Really what we're talking about with VLK is if we wanted to gather some community input from that on that building, so what does that process look like? So we're going to start those internal conversations and reach out. But again, all this goes back to which was which or what has a timeline. I mean, y'all saw the bond report and the cash flow. So we got to look at that. And then the more teachers we hire, that's less space. So that potentially might have taken the space for Hackney to move those students at that location. So then we got to look, where's the space come? So they might have to be in a new school for a year, then we move out there, then move back, something like that. So this is all just a puzzle that has to go together and how we sequence that. So. But right now, the middle school would be the one that would it's the one we're trying to get to the batter's box. And so if we can, we'll go with it. And if we can't, then we have to see what our next step is. Either build elementary 19, elementary 19. So we have a place to put the students. And let's see, the Dick and Heidi Elkins, that'll be this summer. So we're finishing that, last touches up on that. And the letterings on the buildings. I do have Jeff Jackson with Core and Lauren Brown tonight. If y'all had any questions over the weight room, I tried to summarize it up, kind of where we're at, but they are available if y'all would like to ask a question.
I'm talking about
Yeah, jumping back, sorry, Eagle Mountain High School, that weight room. So Core's working with us on that third party.
What was the video like then? I mean, was it showing?
Yeah, and it sounded, it's like glass.
I saw that video, yeah, it moved. Yeah.
It moved and crackled and.
Oh, yeah.
I think the people that took it ran out of the room.
They did. Yeah, it was.
Got your attention.
Yeah.
So it was designed and then it correctly installed so far as what we've learned. What would be the alternative?
We'd have to beef up the supports. There's the hope that we're going to get a recommendation from the third party. Yes, from the third party engineer group.
Okay.
Then they'll probably have two things we could do, and we'll just have to see which one that we'd like to do. I mean, money's going to play some part of that, but also aesthetically with that big glass wall, what does it take?
The VLK.
It still could be where they didn't install it correctly.
It still could be. So
and if that's the case, then that's on their
It's on their expense, right?
So it has an engineer stamp from a different group. So that was VLK designed where it needed to go, but another group did all the specifications and all the load tests.
Interesting.
Okay, any other
Have you
questions?
seen anything like that before? I guess with something similar?
I haven't like that. But that's the largest curtain wall we have in the district.
I mean, have they? With things they've designed and things you've designed, things you've installed, I mean, is there something similar? Is there a frame of reference?
We're so glad you get to come back.
Good evening. I'm glad to speak to you all tonight. So with that specific deflection, I have not seen a video or witnessed that type of deflection in the system. As far as the expanse of the curtain wall system, I would need to look to see if there are any specific examples that replicate what's at Eagle Mountain High School, the field house on that north wall of the weight room. So I can't definitively state that I've witnessed that before in the system.
But, I mean, there's similar, I guess, designs that.
Yes, there are similar
They haven't
designs.
performed like this, what happened here, you're just saying.
Or the wind load was more than any other ones that experienced.
Okay. Yeah.
But if it was built according to the true specifications, it wouldn't do that, correct?
Well, the curtain wall systems are designed to have a deflection within the system. So yes, the videos show that there was some deflection, and there was no measurement on how much it deflected, but based on the information provided by the engineer, and just to back up a bit, so in the specifications, we have design criteria, and the system is delegated design, so you have a third-party engineer that designs the curtain wall system, and then it's constructed based on the engineered shop drawings. So it is designed to deflect, and that rate of deflections based on the wind speed and the pressure and building codes on what that system would need to what it would need to resist as far as the lateral loads. And so we just received all the backup and data information from the third-party engineer this afternoon, the design team did. So we are in the process of reviewing that to make sure that it's in accordance with what the design criteria is.
But I assume you can get with the National Weather Service or whatever, and you can know exactly what those winds were on the day that it was deflecting.
And I believe Mr. Jackson has done some of that research already just in
It's
our
supposed to
conversations.
deflect to 120 miles an hour, up to wind loads to 120.
So the building code defines what the wind loads, or sorry, the specifications in the drawings, in the structural drawings define what the wind the wind load is. And so that 120 miles per hour is in the drawings, and that's what they designed to.
Well, I would say, just as one person up here speaking, that I don't know who the architect is, who the third party is, or whomever, but it doesn't look like that we should be responsible for a single penny of that. I mean, you can't tell me the winds were 120 miles an hour. And if that video shows that, it looks like to me somebody who installed it or the third party person that stamped it or whatever the case might be, looks like somebody down the line is responsible for that versus us. We have the same type deal at Boswell, do we not?
Well, that design is a bit different as far as the spans, the height and the width. I would need to confirm the specific height in comparison to the Eagle Mountain High School field house height of that curtain wall system.
What were the wind speeds that day, since you've already checked them?
The peak was 61 miles an hour.
So half of what the amount's supposed to be. So I'm not going to be here much longer, but I can't see the school board being responsible for a single penny to fix whatever's got to be fixed. I'm just saying. So.
We're going to continue to run down this trail, and we'll report back when we find it.
You know, we also had some wind damage at Saginaw. It showed the press box pulling out and we closed the track. Is there an update on that? Did you tell us one and I missed it? In the weekly update or something?
That's before spring break. So I think the majority of it's been completed and it's been beefed up.
Track's back open to students and community members?
Yes, they're about to have the district track.
Oh,
Now, there's a couple pieces that we had to order and we're waiting to come in, but it doesn't affect how the safety of any of our people, student staff that are on site.
That was just straight wind damage from
Same storm.
same storm?
Same day.
61 mile an hour wind.
Anything else? Yeah, thank you so much. We appreciate you both.
It was great witnessing all the great things y'all are doing in the district. So kudos to everyone.
Thank you. Appreciate what you do for us. We appreciate it. Okay, our next report under operations is for bond projects update. Mr. Lee.
Good evening,
President Tolbert, members of the board, Dr. Hollingsworth. I'm honored to stand before you tonight to share with you where we are and where we're going with the 2023 bond program. Similar to last summer, we have an exhaustive list of projects that we're scheduled to complete in the summer of 2025. And to kick that off, I'm going to piggyback off of Clete Welch's presentation. That's the Dick and Heidi Elkins Agriculture Science Complex. We're scheduled to have full construction documents completed by the end of April. You can expect me coming to you in the June board meeting to recommend a general contractor. And then hopefully late July, early August, we are actually breaking ground on our new ag facility. Beyond that, Saginaw High School, we've completed schematic design of the Scene Shop addition. That project will be grouped in with additional bond projects. We have flooring replacements at Northbrook, Parkview, Willow Creek, various portions of Saginaw High School, John L. Price Maintenance and Transportation. All that will be completed in the summer of 25. Along with that, we have marquee sign replacements. We completed Chisholm Trail in Ballsville last summer. We will now do Highland, Creekview, Ed Wilkie, and Prairie Vista. And then we are replacing a lot of mechanical equipment across the district. So rooftop units and roofs at Bryson and Gilliland and Ballsville. But not only that, at Ballsville, we're replacing chiller system equipment. Just to give you an understanding of how we're impacting Ballsville, we're touching equipment that conditions 80% of all conditioned space within the building. So we got a lot of work going at Boswell. And then along with that, we've got chiller and boiler replacements at Chisholm Ridge, Greenfield, Halfley Development Center, High Country, and Remington Point. Currently, I'm working on getting bids for the ADA walk path down to Highland Middle School's football field. We are getting surveyed the sidewalk at Saginaw High School that runs along Basswood, and coordinating with the city on how that will work with adjacent streets and crosswalks.
We're paying for that, or the city is?
We're paying for that. It's
okay.
on our property, yes, sir. Tennis court resurfacing at Ed Wilkie and Boswell. And then for the summer of 2026, we're looking at adding some classrooms at Watson High, re-roofing High Country Elementary, and then we have some more carpet replacements at Boswell High School. And then for Proposition B, which is all technology pieces, what you're going to see throughout this portion, this slide, is pending E-rate approval. So for anybody who may or may not know, E-rate is a federal program that helps provide affordable internet service and networking equipment for schools and libraries. Kirk has worked very hard with them in getting us pretty extensive discounts, as you can see as we run through the list. Chisholm Trail High School, we're replacing network switches throughout the campus. Also, the wireless access points, the devices that allow us to access our Wi-Fi through phone and laptop. All that's being done June 2025. And then throughout the remainder of the district, we're going to be replacing wireless access points as they have met their end of life. And then a refresh of the data center at our main server system, replacement of the firewall as it is outdated, and then purchase and replacement of student laptops. We've already done 1,300 laptops district-wide. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions.
Was this the bond, we sold 150 million, and it was split between Prop A and B, or is all of these going to be covered under that last bond sale, or are we going to have to go out for another one in order to fund these 2025?
I might have to lean on Rob for that.
Rob, are all these covered under that 150?
Yes, and so we issued about 8 million to cover the first issuance of our first needs of technology. So from Prop B, so we'll be good.
Of the 158 was for B.
There was 8 million for Prop B in the 150.
Okay, thanks.
What's it's the Saginaw High School, I mean, timing of that stuff? I know Cleet said we'd address some of that in more depth next month. That's so that construction's happening at the same time. Is that?
Correct. That project will be grouped with the Fieldhouse addition, just to help sweeten the pot for general contractors to want.
And do we have a
on a bigger project.
Ballpark on when that would commence?
So, the initial hope was to start that project the end of this year, after football season has taken place. As of now, I can't answer that until we, come up with a design for the building.
On the chiller replacements at Boswell, you said 80%?
That's correct.
So obviously it's not all going to be done at once. Will they be able to phase it so that the staff that works, also the administration that's there in the summer, will they be able to move to areas where they can work comfortably?
So we have coordinated with the staff, Vaughn and Dr. Behringer. We've discussed with them that it's actually more viable to move locations. So they're going to relocate this summer. We're still going to allow access to all athletic facilities, aside, of course, from the tennis courts. So as far as summer programs go, I think the only thing that's going to be affected at Boswell High School this summer is basketball, since we are replacing the rooftop units on Newcomb Gym and the secondary gym as well. So those are the only things that'll be affected, and we'll have to relocate. Past that, all the programs will be able to proceed as scheduled.
Good. Seems like we just redid Boswell.
Every year it feels that way, doesn't it?
How many rooftops are?
Yeah. I know.
Anything else? Thank you, Hunter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Mr. Jones, another favorite.
Last report.
Last report. Middle school attendance zone updates.
This is a real nail biter. Good evening.
We're all over.
With you.
Thanks. Good evening, Talbot, members of the board, and Dr. Hollingsworth. With the coming opening of Wayside Middle School, the operations team has been working with district's demographer to identify whatever changes may be needed for attendance zones or boundary lines. And this is an established process that we go through every time we build a school. Before it comes online, we go through and see if there's anything that needs to change. So with this particular zone, there'll be 3 campuses that are impacted. Of course, Wayside, and then you'll have Prairie Vista and Highland. The question may come up as far as why do we rezone? So there's various reasons in this particular example or this particular case. The rezoning for this is going to be to balance the enrollment in those 3 middle schools. So that's the main goal. And then the other part of it is this is a continuation of the process that we're doing, especially following the opening of Eagle Mountain High School, where we are trying to align our middle schools into their respective high school zones. And that's the reasons why that we're rezoning this time.
And Wayside capacity is going to go up, so we can kind of rearrange the additional capacity also?
Yes, sir. The capacity for Wayside will be the same capacity as it is at Marine Creek.
What is that?
1,200.
And I saw in one of those reports, it's 1,200 next year, right?
Without rezoning. Yeah, without it. So the last report that Bob gave would be without this.
Okay.
To ensure that we have as much information that is possible to gain and hear to assist us while we're going through this process, the operations team is going to have 2 informational meetings in April. The first being Monday, April the 14th. That will be at Prairie Vista Middle School in the cafetorium from 6 to 7. Communications team will be working with them to send out a correspondence inviting potentially impacted residents to attend that meeting.
The following night, Tuesday, April 15th, there will be another meeting at Highland Middle School, same time, 6 to 7, also in the high school cafetorium. Following that meeting, well, at those meetings, there will be a PowerPoint that will be presented. We'll make that PowerPoint available on the district's website, so people that maybe couldn't have attended or want to go back and re-review something that they heard and get a little bit more information, that'll be available on the district's website. The residents and parents can also go on to Let's Talk and submit questions or concerns or just provide feedback if they want to. Any of the information that we receive from the meetings and then from Let's Talk, we will add those to an FAQ document that will also be located on our district's website. And to get to those areas on the district's website, if you go under the parents section, under the parents tab, and then either go to attendance zones, that's where the FAQ document will be, and that PowerPoint, and then the Let's Talk, it's just called Let's Talk, and that will be where you can go and submit any kind of question or feedback. So finally, the tentative timeline going forward. So at the April 28th board meeting, the operations team will provide a report to the board that will include all of the information that was gathered, both from the meetings and then also from the Let's Talk. So we'll go over that, and then we will also, at that April meeting, you will also be given a proposed attendance zone map that you guys can look at and provide your feedback as well. And then again, tentatively, the goal would be at the May 28th meeting, the operations team will have taken all that information, and then we will put together a final proposed attendance zone map to bring back to you guys for your consideration and possible approval.
So when we're making the presentation to the parents, is it going to propose some boundaries that the district has come up with?
Yes, sir. We worked with the demographer and worked through a couple of different plans, and then the one that we have determined that we feel is the most advantageous and covers all the areas that we need to cover and accomplishes what we're after. That's the one that we're presenting. We'll go through. It will actually have the map. The map will actually show the colored boundaries, and then it'll actually go over the projected numbers if that's the one that ends up being approved. It's very similar. Like I said, this is a process we've done each time. So we did it with Hatley, we did it with Eagle Mountain High School. So other questions?
I guess so Wayside parents, I guess, will be invited to these deals because they're impacted, because we're having, with the three that are impacted, we're having Prairie Vista and Highland, but we're not having at Wayside.
Correct. Yeah. Just with
kids moving from Wayside, they will
get the correspondence, just with the construction going on and whatnot.
Yeah.
And then that also with more of the Prairie Vista and Highland are more impacted by, as far as the Highland being the most that they'll be growing. And then we'll be moving some students out of the Wayside over to Prairie Vista, but then Prairie Vista is also moving on. So there's really, Wayside really is just going to be shrinking. So there will be impacted, of course.
Right. I'm thinking about those families, those kids that are going to be moved.
Correct. So, but they will get the same correspondence, or they will be invited from the communications team or whatever to attend one of the other two meetings.
Any other questions? Comments? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
That concludes our reports.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's breeze through these action items, my friends. First one is Dr. Hollingsworth, consideration of a resolution for contingent fee legal services.
Madam President and members of the board, I have we bring to you today two action items related to a lawsuit that the district we recommend that we take part in. This is a nationwide lawsuit that's being levied against social media companies, really to get them to change their use of harmful algorithms that are creating and encouraging addictive behavior and the use of cell phones and their social media platforms. We and several other districts throughout the state of Texas were approached by Thompson and Horton, a very well-respected law firm in the state of Texas, and we're recommending that we participate in this lawsuit. It is completely a contingent fee-based suit, so the district owes absolutely nothing unless the lawsuit is successful. But there are untold expenses that our district and many districts throughout the United States have incurred due to the negative behaviors that are associated with the use of social media platforms. And so the first item that we're bringing to you is a resolution approving contingent fee legal services contract, and also it is a submission of a request to the Attorney General for expedited review. And these items are both ones that were directly provided to us by the law firm as necessary for us to participate in that suit.
So do I have a motion?
I move the Board of Trustees adopt a resolution approving the contingent fee legal service contract that includes the findings required by Texas Government Code 2254, subchapter C, and that are needed for submission of a contingent fee legal services agreement and a request to the Attorney General for expedited review.
Second. Motion by Steve, second by Paige. Any discussion? All in favor? Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries 7-0.
6-1.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. I thought I saw you raise your hand. Okay. All right, 6-1. Motion carries 6-1.
I move that the Board of Trustees adopt and approve into a contingent fee legal services agreement with Thompson and Horton LLP, Ellen and Bonin PC, and O'Halloran, Demarath and Castillo PC to represent the district in youth social media usage and related litigation.
Second.
Motion by Steve, second by Blake. Any discussion?
So how is this different than the last one that we just did?
Same thing. One was you get permission from the Attorney General to get into that contract. Okay. This is the actual contract.
This is the actual, okay, got it.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Anybody opposed? Okay, motion carries 6-1. Okay, Mr. Welch. Consider change in school district fiscal year, and you have a corrected recommendation in your
That's your dais. Yes, that's your spot.
It's your dais.
Yeah.
The dais.
So we provide a report in the reports to the superintendent section. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer those. Otherwise, I would provide the recommendation as you have at your place to approve the resolution as presented.
I make a motion to approve the resolution to change school district fiscal year start date as presented.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Ron. Any discussion?
I am going to vote for this, just so you'll know now, but I'm, I just want us to recognize that we're voting for, basically, we're just spending fund balance to get our teachers.
Exactly.
Which I am actually okay with, which we've done it sooner, so.
Me too.
Make that comment up front.
Okay, good. Okay, any other discussion? All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next is the act on the joint election with Tarrant County. And for that in May.
As you have seen in past years, we contract with Tarrant County Elections Administration to conduct our election. This will be for the May 3rd, 2025 general election, which is our trustee election. And in your packet, you have a copy of the election agreement and contract for election services. Our estimated cost for the election is just under $40,000.
I move we approve the May 2025 joint election agreement and contract for election services with the Tarrant County Elections Administrator.
Okay, a motion by Page, second by, was it you, Ron, or?
I was faster, but you
Okay.
were louder.
I'm sorry.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, and then followed up by a special meeting to canvass the election. Mr. Welch?
Make a motion to approve the special meeting to canvass the May 2025 school trustee election for Tuesday, May 13th, 2025 at 4 p.m.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Page. Any
Of course
discussion?
you would. You're not going to be here.
Put it on your schedule.
See ya.
Don't worry about it.
Okay. Yeah, do we have two people that can be there on May 13th? Okay, all right, perfect. All right, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries 7-0. Okay, one of my favorite people, Dr. Waters, to approve the submission of class size waivers to TEA.
I make a motion to approve the submission of the pre-kindergarten through fourth grade class size waivers as presented on this paper we have here.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Ron. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Dr. Waters, for having such a good sense of humor. I appreciate it. Okay, next is to consider additional staffing that was just talked about from Dr. Gamel.
I make a motion to approve the 2025-2026 additional staffing as presented.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Page. Any discussion? I don't know which one it was, but all in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, next is to consider the K-5 reading instructional materials, AKA Amplify. Mrs. Tucker.
I make a motion to approve the 2025 through 2028 K through 5 reading instructional materials as presented earlier.
Second.
Motion by Tim, second by Page. Any discussion?
Rob, will we amortize that over 3 years? We'll just spread it out like the contract has?
Yes, as a subscription service, but we will, yes, it will go in as one large PO, but it will be allocated budget-wise with some next year codes to push that into future years.
Okay, thanks.
Should split out over 3 years.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, a motion by Tim, second by Page. All in favor? Like sign, 7, motion carries 7-0. Next is awarding contract for playground resurfacing. Mr. Lee?
The district issued a RFQ for playground resurfacing at multiple campuses, which include Eagle Mountain Elementary, Lake Country, Dozier, Parkview, Greenfield, Lake Point, Copper Creek, Willow Creek, and Remington Point, and as well as Halfley Development Center. 3 vendors submitted qualified bids for the scope of work provided. That was Hellas, Sinlon, and Grand Landscape. After reviewing all bids, the district determined that in best interest of value, time, and quality of work, 2 contractors would be awarded portions of the project. Grand Landscapes would be responsible for the work at Eagle Mountain, Lake Country, Greenfield, and Remington Point, while Sinlon would be responsible for the work at Dozier, Parkview, Lake Point, Copper Creek, and Willow Creek, and Halfley Development Center. Funding for this project will come out of the 2023 bond. The next thing that I'd like to do is point to the tabulation form attached on the back, and you can see the values presented from each contractor. And the thought process here was that Grand Landscapes and Sinlon had vast more experience in doing turf playgrounds, while Hellas was very minimal, although a great partner with the district in our football fields, didn't have any experience really with playgrounds. And so you can see the total value per contractor below, and then with select, we essentially selected the lowest values per campus with each contractor between Grand Landscapes and Sinlon, and that actually gave us a lower contract value than any of the bids provided per contractor. So based off the work last summer, we had some concerns with timing, completing the project on time, adding 5 more campuses. I feel a lot more comfortable splitting that up amongst 2 contractors. And then you can see that we have a $100,000 contingency per vendor. And so ultimately, the recommendation is to award playground resurfacing at multiple campuses to Grand Landscape for the work at Eagle Mountain, Lake Country, Greenfield, Remington Point at a cost not to exceed $1,290,958.35. And to Sinlon for the work at Dozier, Parkview, Lake Point, Copper Creek, Willow Creek, and Halfley Development Center at a cost not to exceed $920,977.18. The total contracted amount for the playground resurfacing at multiple campus will not exceed $2,211,935.53.
So moved.
Motion by Ron, second by Paige. And this is all that artificial turf that.
Yes, ma'am.
Like on the ones we've replaced. Okay, perfect.
And did, I guess the contract allowed us to pick and choose like that? We didn't have to take all one, or the bids came in and they understood it was going to be?
Correct. So each vendor, it's a discussion at that point, each vendor has to agree. They price it per campus, and so we do have the ability to pick and choose.
Okay, that was part of the process. They knew that going in, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Have we done that before?
We've done it with other projects, certain mechanical projects. 2 years ago, we did replacements at Halfley Development, Saginaw High School, and we split it up. Actually had a more competitive bid that way. This is the only other one that we've done that to my knowledge.
Nice.
We worked with them before?
We have, yes. Sinlon did the 7 campuses last year, and Grand Landscapes has done a handful. They also do landscaping as well. They did the exterior improvement project last year for us that totaled about $600,000 worth of landscaping. And so they've been a really good partner to the district and has some good experience in these projects.
And they have some references with the playground resurfacing?
That is correct. They've done work in Aledo, Northwest, Wiley, Louisville. So people who've worked on these campuses, will be a part of this project. So.
Any other questions? So again, motion by Ron, second by Paige. All in favor? Anybody opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter. Mr. Behringer, instructional amendment proposal to the instructional calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2025-2026 amendment proposed to the instructional school calendar as presented earlier.
Second.
Is that you, Steve?
That was me.
Okay, thought it was.
I know, I love the calendar.
Okay. Motion by Tim, second by Steve. Any discussion? Any other discussion? All in favor? Anybody opposed, like sign, motion carries 7-0. That concludes all of our action reports. All right. Way to go, board. Carrying through routine monthly reports. Any questions about any of those? Okay, the next thing is the board planning calendar. Dr. Hollingsworth?
So looking at the board planning calendar for April, I would draw your attention under the operation reports. We do have a monthly construction update as we do each month, but we'll also have a maintenance update and a child nutrition report. I will tell you that we're also, one thing that's not listed there, we're going to bring to you an informational report regarding our smart tag implementation. That's one thing that's not on there, but I'll bring that to you in April. Communications will bring recognitions of our CTE program competition winners. One correction under the action items, we're going to, instead of considering the approval of Gold Star in April, we're going to move that to May. So I'll bring that to you at the May meeting.
meeting. And then finally, under consent, I think it's noteworthy to see that we're going to ask the board to approve our Region 11 25-26 contracts, as well as the approval of our instructional materials allotment and TEAC certification for 25-26. And so those are some of the highlights from our April board planning calendar.
Perfect. We're going to have a report on the zoning stuff too, right? On the Wayton Middle School zoning.
The zoning, yes, as you heard earlier from Dwayne, we'll do a report on zoning as well. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thought we'd already spent all our instructional materials allotment.
I don't think we spent it all.
Oh, we still got some left.
Okay, so next is the consent agenda.
We approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay.
Okay, motion by Steve, second by Blake. Any discussion on those items? All in favor? Motion, like sign, motion carries 7-0. Board President's announcements. Thank you all for hanging in with us. We appreciate it. If you are listening on TV, you can go to sleep pretty soon now. Don't forget to set your alarm, right? Exciting things you have in your folder, board members, the SLI Leadership Conference in June. If you plan to attend, please, or mark either you're planning to attend or you're not planning to attend, and return those to Kim. Brackett and Ellis is doing a appreciation thank you dinner, and so that's on June 3rd, and that's also in your green folder. And we've only got 2 months left of the school year. It's crazy. Graduation coming up, lots of other events that I think Dr. Hollingsworth's going to discuss, but lots of things. So we thank you guys for all you do, and that's all I have for tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, the superintendent's announcements.
So I picked the very best meeting to offer my extended superintendent announcements regarding leadership and learning, but I will do this very quickly. Yeah, a little bit. Yes, sir. Yeah, I am now. So one thing that we will bring to y'all each month is this overview. It's a monthly enrollment and average daily attendance that shows where we ended the month prior. This is where we ended in February with an enrollment of 23,960 students, and you can see our average daily attendance, and we landed at 92.81. The reason I want to bring this to you is because we're really making a major focus on this, as you heard from the FIT committee, and so one way to bring attention to it is for us to bring this to you each month.
Is that the monthly ADA, or is that a cumulative for the year? This number?
Yeah, that would be a cumulative number, or is that just for the month? That's a good question, and I'm not going to answer that because I need to clarify that. Okay. I believe that's for the month of February, but I'm going to clarify that for you. Yes, sir. Thank you. All right. Just real quickly, if you go to the next slide, Kirk, these are the key themes that emerged from my campus rounds. I have completed 39 presentations thus far. I have one more I'm going to do with our special services team. I've been on 32 campuses, and we've gotten a lot of good feedback. It's been a really valuable process. You can see those key themes that have emerged. People love our hometown feel. They love that this is a place that people want to bring their families. You can see class size is an issue. Special education support is a concern. Compensation. We talked a lot about tonight curriculum, and then obviously budgeting and funding is a major concern that we've heard as I've made these presentations. I take part in the Future Ready Superintendent's Leadership Network, and I was really pleased to have Mr. Behringer and Ms. Sanders and Dr. Barnes join me for the first one of these since I've been in Eagle Mountain Saginaw, and it was a great learning experience. This work focuses in on what's called the visioning document through TASA, and I will continue to participate on the design team, and they create learning experiences, and this is a group of about 200 superintendents and districts throughout the state that participate in the Future Ready Superintendent's Leadership.
Where are you there?
We were down just outside of Katy in Belleville and Royal ISDs. This is a fantastic place. They call it the Hemi Hideaway. And it is one of the most incredible gatherings of, this is the location where Royal ISD had arranged for us to spend the day. And he has the most incredible neon sign collection I think I've ever seen. And this place, that's just a tiny fraction of what you saw. But anyway, really, really cool learning experience. And then finally, we've talked about this. Just want to give a shout out to our financial integrity and transparency team. If you go to that next slide, just all the folks who participated on that. It's been a really good process and a lot of cost avoidance as a result of the work of this group, and hopefully continue to chip away at that deficit load. And that concludes the superintendent's announcements.
Thank you very much. So we are going to have to go back into closed session. So please don't feel like you need to stay. We will go to closed session and then we will adjourn, but I do have to put us in closed session. So it is currently 10:12 p.m. on March 31st, 2025. The board will now recess and reconvene in a closed meeting pursuant to the following sections of the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Section 551071. For the purpose of private consultation with the board's attorney, to discuss participation in a multi-district litigation, Section 551072, for the purpose of deliberating on a purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, Section 551.074, for the purpose of deliberating the appointment, employment, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. We'll look at contract renewals for district employees, and Section 551.076, for the purpose of deliberations regarding the deployment or specific occasions of implementation of security personnel or audits, and Section 551.0821 to discuss specific personal identifying information about a student.